Everybody. My name is Sharon Rounds. I'm Associate Dean for Translational Science at the Warren Alpert Medical School and also the Program Director for Advanced CTR. I'll be helping to host this symposium today along with my colleagues Ed Harrett, Senior Associate Dean for Biology, and Bungsuk Cho, who is the Program Director for the University of Rhode Island INBRI program. This day was planned by the Rhode Island IDeA program PIs who get together every month or so, and we put together what I hope will be an exciting and stimulating program. And we also want to point out that the theme for our program today is health disparities in clinical and translational research. Most, but not all, of the talks and posters you heard today touch on that theme. Our goals for the day are for us to share our science, to grow our networks, to plan new research, and to build community, both amongst ourselves as well as in the greater Rhode Island community. Let's see. I have to advance the slide.
Yeah, right. So you can use this to advance.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So I want to acknowledge and thank all the organizations who have helped to make this day of science and collaboration possible. And we really, really appreciate all your contributions. And in particular, we'd like to thank the IDeA programs who have helped to support the finances for this event. We especially appreciate that. And then I want to thank the Advanced CTR Administrative Core staff for their really outstanding work and arranging the logistics for this day. In particular, Oaxaca Schroeder, who is out there in Zoom land, and Heather Fournier. Thank you so much. Oops. So we will be recording this event, and there will be a evaluation survey that will be sent out to the to all of you, and we appreciate it if you could fill this out. So I have a couple of housekeeping items before we get started. For those in person, the bathrooms are located across the atrium, along the wall opposite the auditorium we're in now, and there are also facilities on the second floor. If you haven't done so already, please check in with the welcome table during one of the breaks. We'd like to have a good tally of those in attendance as we report these figures to our funders, the National Institutes of Health. If you didn't register, you can go ahead and do so. And for those of you in Zoom land, the Advanced CTR team can share the registration link with you after the event. For those attending virtually, please use the Q&A feature on Zoom to send us your questions, and we'll review those and share them with the speakers and do our best to address all of them. I do also want to welcome the National Institute of General Medical Science program staff who are attending virtually. Thank you so much for joining us today. And then finally, we are here in this beautiful medical school building. I'd like to introduce our dean, Dr. Mukesh Jain, who has some welcoming remarks. Mukesh.
Thanks, Sharon, and good morning, everyone. Great to be with all of you in person and by Zoom. And welcome, as Sharon said, to the Warren Alpert Medical School of Brown and the 2022 Rhode Island NIH IDeA Symposium. So, for the past 15 years, this remarkable effort, the Rhode Island NIGMS Funded Innovation Development Awards program, has joined together to hold a statewide day-long symposium that celebrates the successes and fosters collaboration amongst investigators within Rhode Island. And we're obviously thrilled to be able to host it. And it's really great that we have the opportunity to have some of you join us in person after, I suspect, the last 3 years it's been all virtual, Sharon. The IDEA program has been absolutely critical in building research infrastructure and supporting research in Rhode Island. Advanced CTR, for example, has provided a statewide hub for research resources and services for clinical and translational investigators. And throughout the state, we also have numerous COBRA awards that have strengthened biomedical research infrastructure through the establishment of thematically linked multidisciplinary centers at multiple institutions, including our clinical partners. We also are fortunate to be partners in Rhode Island's IDEA Network for Biomedical Research Excellence, or INBRE. Again, an example of cross-institutional collaboration that we absolutely need to have in place for Rhode Island to allow us to accomplish scientific critical mass. Today's symposium, hard to think of a more important issue: health disparities in clinical and translational research. And I suspect you will enjoy sharing your findings, learning from others on the importance of engaging diverse populations in both the planning and the execution of clinical and translational research. And you will hear from two fabulous keynote speakers, Clyde Yancey, who I've known as a cardiologist, I've known him for a long, long time at Northwestern, and Dr. Mariana Stern of USC, University of Southern California, and they'll both speak directly to this topic. I want to finish off with just a lot of thank yous to our participating Rhode Island COBRA, INBRE, CTR, and ECHO programs. The role you continue to play in strengthening our state's institutions' ability to support biomedical research, enhance competitiveness for our investigators in securing research funding, and enabling clinical and translational research to address the needs of medically unserved communities is incredibly impactful. Also want to thank our keynote speakers, thank all the investigators representing the many IDEA programs in Rhode Island who've been kind enough to agree to give scientific talks, lead breakout sessions, and present posters. Also, special thanks to Senators Reid and Whitehouse. Their support has been critical to Rhode Island's participation in congressionally mandated institutional development awards. And last but not least, many thanks to the Advanced CTR team for navigating the logistics of planning such a large event. So with those few words, I just want to thank all of you again. Thanks, Dr. Rounds, for giving me a few minutes to share some welcome remarks, and I look forward to the symposium.
Our next speaker is going to be virtual via Zoom, and we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. He's going to be joining us at 9:05. So as soon as he's online, then we'll proceed with our introduction of Dr. Yancey. In the meantime, I think we can probably got another cup of coffee, and don't go too far though, please. Okay, great. Back on schedule. Yoo-hoo. People are having too much fun. We'll go ahead and get started again. We are so pleased today to have the opportunity to hear from Dr. Clyde Yancey. Dr. Yancey is speaking to us by Zoom from Chicago, where he is the Vice Dean for Diversity and Inclusion at Northwestern University Feinberg School of Medicine. He's a native of Louisiana. He graduated from Tulane University School of Medicine, then went to Texas to the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center, where he received internal medicine and cardiology fellowship training. He joined the faculty at UT Southwestern and eventually became the Carl H. Westcott Distinguished Chair in Medical Research. He's been very interested in health disparities throughout his career, and this became particularly acute, of course, with the unfortunate occurrence of the COVID pandemic. Dr. Yancey moved to Baylor University, where he became medical director of the Baylor Heart and Vascular Institute, and then joined the faculty at Northwestern in 2011, where he remains as chief of cardiology and vice dean for diversity. He's played a major leadership role in a number of important organizations, including serving as president of the American Heart Association and as a member of the National Academy of Medicine. So truly a pleasure to welcome our distinguished visitor. He'll be talking to us about health equity, a goal not yet realized, but a necessary quest. So thank you so much.
Well, let me thank you for this invitation. Let me thank you for the very kind introduction. Let me thank my friend and colleague, Dr. Selke, for initiating this invitation. I'm delighted to be a part of the 2022 Emerging Areas of Science Symposium at the Warren Alpert Medical School of Brown University, and I applaud you for making diversity and inclusion a particular area of focus for this year's commentary. I'm delighted to start off with this more global conversation regarding health equity, but I realize to follow is yet another really important presentation thinking about specific cases of disease disparity, especially within the realm of oncology. I would rather, though, start this morning by doing a level setting exercise with you and really help talk about health equity. It is correctly stated that the pandemic of 2020, attributable to COVID-19, did expose deep and persistent and pernicious differences in health outcomes in our society, with a particularly onerous burden on marginalized and minoritized populations. This evident truth makes us recognize that severe health inequities still exist within our communities and that health disparities are an active concern. As we begin to think about going beyond acknowledging these differences and trying to operationalize a new direction, let me put out as a hypothesis for the next 35 to 40 minutes that new direction should be the attainment of health equity. Thus, I determine in your presence that I believe that is the goal that we should think about in today's 2022 Emerging Areas of Science Symposium. Understand we're not there, but it's important for us to continue this quest. Clearly, I have no relevant disclosures to reveal other than my own lived experiences based on my own demographic. Let's continue. Let me start with a fairly important graphic. These are always compelling because they allow us to take one image and use it to convey several important themes. Many times in popular discourse that is outside of the science community, there is a language that proceeds thusly. The right thing to do here is to treat everyone equally. Well, think about what that means. The same apparatus here, a bicycle, in the same size, is equally distributed to all four persons. Yet only for one person does it fit, does it work in an ideal way. In one person, it fails miserably, whereas for the other two, it's either too large or too small. This is simplistic, but it really demonstrates the flaw in thinking that equality of services or distribution of goods is in fact sufficient. The lower panel gives us a more enlightened view and really crisply differentiates the difference between equality and equity. Now, in the lower panel, there's evidence that each of the four subjects has precisely the kind of transportation support needed to proceed forward. This image is worth considering for just a few more seconds because it helps us avoid what happens so frequently, even in science, conflating equality with equity. Let's continue. I have several objectives. First, I want to introduce what you may not recognize to be, but it now exists as a unified and strongly endorsed call for health equity. It's not just singular voices like mine. Second, I believe that the community is about to experience a tipping point for health equity. If you follow the colloquial implication of a tipping point, you realize that it's a point in time where there is a sufficient momentum that an inciting event changes the outcome of a social circumstance. The third objective is to understand how we got here. What's the history of health inequities? Let me give you a preview and say that some of the language, some of the anecdotes, some of the data may be disquieting. I'm pleased that this is a more intimate group because I would challenge all of us, me included, to absorb this information, and let's be prepared for a robust Q&A after the presentation. The fourth objective is to be very explicit. What are the structural barriers to health equity? There are different synonyms we might use instead of structural barriers. And then for the fifth objective, let's not just talk about the problem. Let's not just introduce a call for change, but let's actually think about a plausible solution. So this is the template, the framework, if you will, around which these comments are formulated and provide the direction that we will travel over the next bit of time. So let me start with what I think is a beginning of a fully endorsed call to action. The Centers for Disease Control has recently released the following statement. It's worth articulating verbatim. Health equity is achieved when every person has the opportunity to attain his or her full health potential, and no one is disadvantaged from achieving this potential because of social position or socially determined circumstances. That's a powerful statement, and it's endorsed by our own Centers for Disease Control, meaning that this conversation about health equity is firmly placed into our daily discourse when we think about population health. But let's go to the next level. From the National Academy of Medicine, of which I am a member, an important statement emerged approximately 9 months ago. An equity agenda for the field of healthcare with a subtext of quality improvement. For those of us involved in continuous quality assessment and improvement, we recognize the graphic just to the right: collect data, partition the data, analyze the data, present the data, drive improvement. The hypothesis here, and I like to present this as a hypothesis, is can we take such an approach that would in fact yield a closer capture of that definition established by the CDC for health equity? Well, how might that proceed? First, embed an equity lens in all quality and safety improvement activities. Next, create an equity dashboard. Third, and highly important and terribly significant, ensure that leadership is committed. That includes the provision of resources. Fourth, equally as important, ensure that there is diverse leadership so that the sensitivities are in place and the diversity of thought is in place, which I personally think is more important than the diversity vis-a-vis demographics. Next, empower and equip officials within the healthcare system to actually execute this work. So the leadership has to commit, the leadership needs to be diverse, and the leadership needs to empower and create a priority for others to do this, and then improve the quality of data collected on race and ethnicity. Do not make assumptions based on physical appearance or based on last name nomenclature, because it's fraught with mistakes. Ensure diverse leadership at all levels, empower, improve. I think these are important takeaways. In addition, routinely stratify and report data about race and ethnicity, not to impugn persons to different groups, but to identify where the great opportunities are. Normalize, so very important in healthcare, a culturally affirming approach to care. That is so incredibly important. And recognize that we are at risk with implementation strategies to widen disparities rather than narrow disparities. And then update measures of patient experience to include evaluation and accountability for the experience of bias and or discrimination. And then fast forward to the last bullet, foster greater trust in healthcare. Think about where we've gone just in the first few minutes. We have given you a graphic that shows the difference between equality and equity. We've established a definition of some primacy from the CDC that declares that health equity has certain attributes, and this ought to be our goal. And now the imprimatur of the National Academy of Medicine says, yes, this is important, and this is how we should proceed. I am particularly drawn to this viewpoint, published several months earlier this calendar year. Equity and quality, improving healthcare delivery requires both. Look at the very first sentence. If nothing else resonates with you today, think about this. There is no equity without quality, and there is no quality without equity. All of us are senior scientists and physicians and care providers in healthcare delivery systems. We deal with quality of care all the time. The new dimension of quality care is that it's not high quality care if it isn't characterized by equity. As we go forward with the other statements here, when quality improvement efforts do not intentionally address equity, they may actually increase disparities. And as quality improvement efforts are implemented, they must be held accountable for improving care and reducing disparities. Data are central in all of these discussions, and leadership is incredibly important. So I hope I've already started off in an appropriate way of helping us understand some of the nomenclature, the definitions, showing the endorsement by major organizations, and giving you at least a framework of how we might get there using quality improvement as a strategy. If you're following this conversation and appreciating this quest that I'm suggesting of health equity as our new goal, then the question becomes, is there a lever in the larger community that will make this become reality? That is, how can we actuate this movement? That is to say, is there a tipping point for health equity present? And I would argue that it is, and it's the Joint Commission. Now, all of us for years have acknowledged that the Joint Commission, whether you're a fan or a foe, has been able to change healthcare, whether the target was falls, whether the target was restraints. It has always been a very powerful lever because it is tied to acknowledgement, to reward, to reimbursement. Well, this is the proposed new direction for the Joint Commission, using health equity as an imperative. Let me share with you then what was stated. That is to say, reducing the healthcare disparities of patients is a quality and safety priority for the hospital. That is already established within the language of the Joint Commission going forward. And I'm sharing with you the proposed changes targeted at reducing healthcare disparities, necessarily a part of hospital accreditation programs. This gets everyone's attention because accreditation means everything. So let's look at this. What are the elements? The hospital designates a leader who is responsible for reducing healthcare disparities within that hospital's microcosm, that hospital's ecosystem. The hospital has staff which assess the social needs, the social determinants of health of the patients, and provides information regarding community resources to address this. Two very powerful elements of performance. Examples that are pertinent here include employment status, housing insecurity, food insecurity, access to transportation, education, literacy, and in particular support with the attainment of prescribed medical therapy. So this starts off boldly. Have a leader, make the assessment, and provide the community-based services understanding how important these social determinants are in health outcomes. But it goes further. It says the hospital staff must determine whether healthcare disparities exist by looking at key data that are adjusted based on socio-demographic characteristics and social needs. Moreover, and one has to take pause at this, the hospital leadership must have a written action plan detailing exactly how it will address at least one healthcare disparity described in the patient population. Think of the presentation to follow mine. What happens if a hospital says we are targeting prostate cancer and we're going to understand why in our own ecosystem we see these disparities? Next, the plan isn't enough. There has to be active surveillance to see if the activities are fundamentally reducing healthcare disparities. And here's one that really resonates, at least annually. The hospital informs stakeholders, we all know that word clearly by now, including leaders, staff, practitioners, physicians, about progress to reduce identified healthcare disparities. Again, this is an important beginning for these conversations. We've got a definition. We understand precisely what we mean when we say equity instead of equality. We have endorsement from the CDC. We have a roadmap and the imprimatur of the National Academy of Medicine. And now we even have the Joint Commission in play. This has become a serious issue. This is no longer an occasional conversation or a conversation to achieve a social good. This is a conversation that is necessarily embedded in the fabric of what constitutes high quality care. That should be a pause moment. So how did we get here? This is the part of the presentation, as I introduced earlier, will require some thoughtful cogitation and will require some patience with scenarios that will require some challenges as we digest them. But it's necessary to understand how we got here, because uniquely, we're talking about race in medicine. What is that history? Well, let's think about obstetrics and gynecology. It turns out that the physician known as the father of OBGYN, the father of modern gynecology, crafted those procedures, those operational approaches, while operating on enslaved Black women without anesthesia to perfect surgical techniques. And then later took those techniques to New York City and performed the surgery on white women with anesthesia and receives overwhelming acclaim. Certainly the procedures have made a difference in the lives of women, but the history is one that gives us pause. Yes, we all know about the Tuskegee experience, but do we really know about the Tuskegee experience? Do we really know that only recently did we lose the final participants in that study? Do we know that in fact, the wives of those men suffered from syphilis as well? Do we know the attendant complications that characterize the suffering of those individuals for a study for which they were not informed, for an outcome that is so painful to describe, that this doesn't in fact become a part of our heritage, a part of our culture? And only some time ago, about 15 to 20 years, was there finally acknowledgement that there was something inherently wrong. But it goes beyond that. The very premise of pulmonary function testing demonstrates a non-physiologic correction based on race, ostensibly emanating from an original concept of using pulmonary assessment and other physiologic assessments to qualify slavery as appropriate for a group of individuals, assuming that they are somehow or another gifted with the potential to toil under difficult circumstances doing heavy labor, and they are adapted to such. And what about the Flexner report? I am deeply embedded in academic medicine, and this is my vocation and my avocation. I love what I do. We all attribute the strength of academic medicine today to the influence of the Flexner report, that tipping point that said, this is no longer a trade, this is a profession. Those medical schools that are not rigorously requiring prerequisites and rigorously pursuing a scientific curriculum, most of this work, by the way, was done out of Chicago, don't need to exist. But the sinister underbelly of the way in which the Flexner report was executed was the disproportionately closed minority serving medical schools, with only 2 remaining. The calculus of what might have been the case had those minority serving schools remained open, the schools that actually met the criteria stated in the Fluxing report, is a deficit of nearly 35 to 50,000 physicians of color in the 20th century. Pause for a moment and think about how that may have influenced healthcare and, in fact, health inequity. Do you know the story of the HeLa cells? It's a fabulous book written by now a friend of mine, Rebecca Skloot, who is an alum of Northwestern. The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. Embedded in this story are wonderful sagas of the heritage of many persons self-described as African-American living in the early 20th century. But also embedded in this book is the scourge of painful segregation and severe exploitation of persons without their permission. These cells, if you will, retrieved from Henrietta Lacks without her permission as she was dying of cervical cancer, represent one of the only, if not the only, cell line in oncologic medicine that has perpetual life. Ex vivo, the cells continue to thrive and divide and have subsequently yielded discoveries that have prompted new changes in healthcare, specifically the HPV vaccine, amongst others. It was only in October of 2021 that any national or international entity decided to acknowledge without any trepidation the importance of those cells and the painful way in which those cells were harvested. And that was when the World Health Organization published an important statement that was targeted towards the Lacks family. I served on the Lacks Foundation board after having spent several years inside the NIH, during which part of that time I oversaw a new strategy to deploy the HeLa cells for the purposes of biomedical research, and that's extended to a seat on the Lacks Foundation board. So if this is the history of race in medicine, then as we exist in 2022, what should we do about race in medicine? Should we ignore it? Should we be apologetic? How should we use it in medicine as we speak? A number of us have given thought to this, but here is the thought process that I really want you to think about. Another graphic that I hope will be quite illustrative. Think in the upper left corner, the typical patient-provider interaction. That interaction is uploaded by data, objective data, that's unambiguous. But then there's that interpretive moment. That interpretation is based on social, economic, and cultural influences, and the ultimate interventions, if they're all appropriate influences, end up with high-quality decisions. But the question is, how does race impact medicine? When race leads to stereotyping, when bias, either implicit or explicit, is operative, then the subsequent decisions have red stars and black stars, meaning that they are clinically inappropriate decisions. So this is the risk we run as we continue to think about how race and medicine intersect. These data from a Press-Ganey survey authorized by the National Academy of Medicine are very compelling. Look at the categories: clinical excellence, caring behaviors, operational efficiency. Look at the subcategories, things that you would ordinarily expect to be exactly what high quality medicine should deliver. For all persons that are white versus not white, you can see the green bars show a decided advantage in each of those domains. But for everybody else, Black versus not Black, Asian versus not Asian, Hispanic versus not Hispanic, it's all red with one exception. The point of emphasis here cannot be missed. These are contemporary data. They demonstrate that in some way, shape, or form, our decision-making, think about the previous graphic I just shared with you, our decision-making has questionable outcome that is predicated upon the race or ethnicity of the patient and the way in which the patient-provider exchange happens. I'm trained as a strict cardiovascular physiologist, but I've learned to practice now, in part as a social scientist, aware of these kind of databases. So let's continue this conversation. What are the critical definitions that are at play here? Look at this. This is very easy. It's almost entertaining? Do you see 4 timbers or 3 timbers? How many arguments exist when people are trying to deal with these optical illusions? But are they really optical illusions or brain illusions? Let's be more specific. This is a classic experiment from human psychologists called the Hermann Grid. As you see this, I submit that everybody sees black squares, but how many of you see gray circles? Now it becomes a more compelling brain experiment, not an optical illusion, because in truth, the gray circles are there, meaning that at first glance, there is a response that is almost visceral, but with more cogitation, there's clearly more data in this image, and you can understand the clinical implications of that. What I'm getting at is that we go from an optical illusion, a brain illusion, to a brain experiment, and we understand this phenomenon of implicit bias. Let's be clear, explicit bias is an overt statement that someone has disdain for another group. Doesn't matter which group, it's just explicit, it's expressed, it's acknowledged. That's very much socially unacceptable, although there's some elements that make it their cause du jour. But for implicit bias, this is the real big middle piece. It's a preference for a social group that is unconscious and automatic. It is ubiquitous, and it evolves from your past experiences, your perceptions. In the US, it's very clear. The implicit preference of the majority of people, irregardless of their own sex, race, or ethnicity, is for persons of European ancestry, predominantly men. So we see that this is truth. And these survey data come from well-educated, well-enlightened medical students across the country. We've done these same data in the Northwestern population that replicated these same results. Now, I want to share with you something that I think is decidedly provocative. We have the pleasure here at Northwestern of hosting Dr. Banerjee. Dr. Banerjee is a distinguished professor at Harvard University, who in fact is the inventor of the IAT, the Implicit Association Test. It is her test, uniquely her test, that allows us to determine the presence of implicit bias according to a number of categories. If you've not taken the IAT test, it's very easy to download and take it just once, depending on which category, but you'll very quickly appreciate that all of us operate with implicit bias. So in my conversations with Dr. Banerjee, we wanted to think about what are the root causes of implicit bias? She prompted me to look at these data, and I'm going to share these data with you. What are the historical roots of implicit bias in slavery? For the next several minutes, I really want your rapt attention because this is incredibly important. In 1860, yes, 1860, President Abraham Lincoln authorized one of the first maps ever of the United States, specifically to identify those communities across the South that had a deep investment in slavery. Investment may not be the right word, but had a high reliance, high use of slave labor to do their work. That map informed President Lincoln of exactly which communities would be most resistant to change and would put up the biggest fight for the ongoing Civil War as was known then. So let's start with that. That's a sobering introduction. Let's look at what the abstract in this paper tells us. First, implicit racial bias remains widespread, even among individuals who explicitly reject prejudice. How can they say that? Because they did something very novel. They took that map, which I will share with you in a moment, and went to the implicit association test, which I just introduced, took those two databases, 167 years separated, overlaid the results of the implicit association test, implicit bias test, with the communities where slavery was so highly embedded. And I'm making these statements. Implicit bias remains widespread, even among people who explicitly reject prejudice. One reason for the persistence may be that it's maintained through structural and historical inequalities that change slowly. Nobody wants to step up and say, yes, I'm biased and I'm making decisions that are targeted against another group. But when one makes that statement, it's without the context of what is your own cultural heritage, what is your history, what are the historical concepts in your community. Think about this idea of looking at the comparison of modern data on implicit bias and the proportion of the population enslaved in 1860. Understand that counties and states that were more dependent on slavery before the Civil War today display higher levels of pro-white implicit bias among white residents and less pro-white bias amongst Black residents. And even after controlling for the few data points that provide evidence of explicit bias, the associations remain. The association between slave population and implicit bias was somewhat explained by structural inequities, but the result argues that the interpretation of implicit bias should reflect the cognitive residue of past and present structural inequalities. Think about how many times persons in our scientific community are somewhat off-put by discussions about subconscious or implicit bias and say, certainly not I, certainly I'm enlightened, I'm educated, I'm intelligent. I can't be vulnerable to this. But these authors create a reasonable hypothesis and reasonable data to say there is cognitive residue from past inequalities. Now, let's continue with this. They make this argument based on several facts from social science, that implicit bias is not primarily a trait of individuals, even though we try to dismiss it individually, but it's a feature of social context. It operates like a wisdom of crowds, not a wisdom of one. That, in turn, means that it's the aggregate levels of implicit bias that allow this to continue, even though individuals try to dismiss it. So, historically, after the Civil War, the Southern states immediately passed Black codes. Those limited property rights and freedom of movement and forced Black citizens into, again, slavery, if you will, de facto, for even minor infractions of those codes. Those codes were overturned a decade later, but they were followed by the Jim Crow laws, which remained extant through the late 19th century and into the 20th century, well into the Civil Rights Movement, and even after Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act, already embedded in so many communities throughout the country, were laws that empowered, using that word carefully, segregation by lending practices, zoning practices, educational practice, and affecting not just the South, but the North. So here are the data I really want to share with you. The map on the left of the screen is the presence of communities of slavery in 1860. The color code goes from negative to positive. So in dark brown, that's the most positive code, and in yellow, that's the lower code. Well, anywhere you see dark brown, that means there's a strongly pro-white bias. So you see the slave counties, and now you see the pro-white bias. These are data from 167 years later. And then when the same implicit association test data are acquired amongst Black individuals, you can see it is the antithesis, a strongly pro-Black bias. So one at least has to reasonably question that, is it not plausible that the implicit bias that we think is so operative in clinical decision-making, embedded in systems, is not a function of the individual, but a function of the individual's life and living circumstances, including the history of life and living in the communities in which individuals live. That's a pretty powerful hypothesis, but that's not the only hypothesis that's operative. There are other definitions that are important. We use this word disparities all the time. In 2002, in this defining statement from the then Institute of Medicine, now the National Academy of Medicine, it was clearly identified that there was a difference in quality of healthcare normalized for access to care between minorities and non-minorities. Part of the difference is appropriate, but a lot of the difference is driven by what can be clearly defined as a disparity, either embedded barriers in healthcare systems or the operational presence of bias in decision-making. Well, what might that really be? Okay, let's start this conversation off with the toughest term in contemporary parlance: racism. Racism is multidimensional. There is the deep personal racism that I experienced growing up in the Deep South, born in 1958, a resident of South Louisiana. Stories that I could relate are not suitable for public consumption. Then there's the cultural racism. We see that constantly, the way individuals are depicted in the social media and depicted on news. But the purple arrow highlights what's pertinent in this conversation, because again, we're talking about the attainment of health equity. What about this phenomenon of institutional racism? The Aspen Institute, an august group of persons that think thoughtfully about our life circumstances, has declared this important definition of structural racism. Again, another term that is almost a trigger phrase in today's world, but it's necessary if we're going to have an honest discussion about achieving health equity. I'm only going to read part of this. A system in which public policies, institutional practices, cultural representations, and other norms work in various, often reinforcing ways to perpetuate racial group inequity. I'll let you read the rest of that, but as you read the rest of that, I'm going to pause for about 10 to 12 seconds for you to read this very important interpretive statement authored by none other than C.S. Lewis. I think the juxtaposition of Lewis's interpretation and the Aspen Institute's definition allows us to understand that there is potential truth, notion that systems are constructed in a way, sometimes based on policy decisions remotely determined, that lead to ongoing differences in the provision of social services, ability to attain adequate health, and in the expression of these health disparities. Here is the most evident example. And again, this really emanates from Chicago. Post-World War I, there was a housing shortage. And so in the 1930s, the federal government, under the auspices of the New Deal, wanted to spur homeownership. As such, the Homeowner Loan Corporation, HOLC, evolved. Its intent was to provide federal support for home mortgages. But to do that, they recognized there needed to be a way to risk adjust different communities regarding creditworthiness and the likelihood of recouping the original investment. Those communities deemed least creditworthy and at highest risk of loss received a D grade, and they literally were outlined on city maps with red lines. The adjacent communities were outlined with yellow lines, and it's inferential what the C communities meant. Here is the actual map of Chicago from the HOLC archives. The red lines clearly identify areas south and west of where I'm positioned here in downtown Chicago as communities that were not creditworthy and were at high risk. You might think normal human behavior would be to leave those communities and go to communities where housing was more readily attained. But two phenomena occurred. Because of the deep presence of segregation in this northern city, there was an in-migration of African-American residents into those red line communities because they were not allowed to go into the C communities. And subsequently, there was a disinvestment in city resources in those same communities. I'm showing you something else in the lower right corner of your screen. This is work that we and others did during the COVID-19 crisis. This is a depiction of the deaths in COVID-19, the location uniquely in the South and West. The overlay is on different neighborhoods, zip codes, if you will, that are portrayed in different shades of brown. The deepest brown color means those communities with the most at-risk social vulnerability indices. That is looking at the characteristics of place and the consequences of the disease juxtaposed with the original redlining from the 1930s makes this really compelling case, not proven, that a system established 90 years ago for a very different reason, to spur mortgages, may have over the decades so disempowered and disabled residents in those at-risk communities that we now see this disproportionate burden attributable to COVID-19 that many of us have discussed quite extensively in the literature. So here's my third graphic for you. The first one was equality versus equity. The next one was, how does this physician-patient exchange potentially lead to lower quality decisions, perhaps driven by bias? And I've gone to great lengths to help you understand how bias might have evolved. And now look at this update of a really classic, again, graphic. Reality to the left, where some are actually never in a position to access services. This reflects the Black codes, Jim Crow, and segregation. Equality, remember the unique definition of equality, that was the target in the civil rights era. Equity is the argument that's being made from 2020 and going forward, and I'm making it with you today, but is the future, in fact, justice, where all the barriers are removed. It is a very aspirational concept, but I think once again, this image helps you understand where we are. So in the remaining minutes, let me take you to the next dimension. What is it about the characteristics of those communities that puts health at risk? The American Hospital Association, the introducer was correct, I'm deeply embedded in the American Heart Association with a different AHA. American Hospital Association clearly identified the truth. The physical environment, social determinants, and behavioral factors drive 80% of health outcomes. Yes, I'm a physiologist. Yes, I'm a clinician scientist, but 80% of health outcomes that matter, are driven by experiences that go well beyond biology. Where does this begin? In childhood. This important scientific statement from the American Heart Association shows that early in childhood, if there are negative life experiences, there actually are mechanisms where the interface of those life experiences and biology generates pro-inflammatory signals that in part are exaggerated by unhealthy behaviors that leads to the early onset of cardiovascular risk factors. We talk about these disproportionate burdens of obesity, hypertension, and diabetes. Have you paused long enough to think that there may be an explanation for obesity, hypertension, and diabetes that incorporates not only human behavior, which is important, but this very important linkage, possibly the case. Even our peer investigators in the UK have happened upon the same thought process. They argue that childhood adversity depicted in the upper left screen, particularly in a household that is embedded with mental disease, ultimately leads to these biological signals that we in cardiovascular physiology immediately recognize: upregulation of the sympathetic nervous system, upregulation of the hippo-pituitary axis, increased activity of the immune system, increased inflammatory burden, poor endothelial function. And then look at other signals that occur: increased oxidative stress, increased reactive oxygen species. And what I love about this graphic is it is all calibrated by these explicit external social determinants of health: income, housing, education, access to care. This gives you a very different thought process about how the environment intersects with health. These data from my colleagues at Massachusetts General Hospital, acquired over 10 years and published in 2019, are level setting. They demonstrate a relationship between adverse socioeconomic factors, midbrain activity, particularly upregulation of the amygdala, with a stimulus of the bone marrow that is pro-inflammatory, releases immune cells that then generate a pro-atherosclerotic influence on vascular homogeneity, predisposing to cardiovascular events. This is compelling because this is a plausible link between those social determinants of health, perhaps in part informed by policy made decades ago, and the subsequent expression of a differential burden of disease led by these biological intermediaries. It is really profound concepts to consider. There are ways that we can measure this in contemporary domain. I've talked about social vulnerability index. This is the area deprivation index, which takes 4 domains and multiple characteristics and allows us to calibrate communities. A number of us really find ourselves thinking about the distressed communities index here. This has got 7 domains and it goes from prosperous to distress. All of these data are readily available and really better inform research, particularly if we think about race-based research. What about epigenetics? Well, we know that there's a phenomenon of the exposome that captures everything in external space. That exposome might in fact modify DNA expression through DNA methylation, seen in the lower middle part of this graphic. That DNA methylation actually is capable of changing transcription proteins. So one goes from the epigenetic influences in the upper left corner, aging, diet, environmental stress, to the diseases in the upper right corner, cancer, autoimmune diseases, cardiovascular diseases. It really is profound. Here's another map of Chicago. This is a map of nutritional health. Once again, the southern counties are in those areas where there is least available access to healthy foods, clearly depicted in the larger graphic on the right side of the screen. Why is that important? What characterizes these unhealthy foods is a high burden of calorie-dense foods and heavily preserved foods. Work that I'm funded to do through the American Heart Association looks at these diets high in processed foods with hidden phosphate, inorganic phosphate. At the bench, we know that this inorganic phosphate leads to an elevated FGF23. We know that it constitutively upregulates a different pathway. Ordinarily, FGF23 is operative in calcium phosphate metabolism and bone health. But this new pathway, this newly expressed receptor, is a receptor that uniquely has proclivity for the heart and the kidney, leading to left ventricular hypertrophy, chronic renal disease, and might that be yet another reason why we see the health disparities that many of us have described. So I want to bring closure to this by thinking about a solution. Why haven't we figured out how to do this better? Why don't we have a stronger evidence base? I want to focus on this last piece, diversity. This important statement put in the literature 2 years ago demonstrates that the investigators with an interest in unraveling the root causes of these disparities are significantly less likely than white researchers to receive NIH R01 funding. Moreover, the NIH's own data say that even when the scores are similar, the Black investigators are less likely to be funded. These authors make the argument that this infers that there is little enthusiasm in the scientific community to do this kind of work. Why? Because the scientific community, my community, may operate with bias. One of the leaders of the scientific community is the editor-in-chief of the science publications, H. Holenthorpe. Look what he said. And then science and scientists finally need to listen to and make space for people of color to lead laboratories and do great work. And look at this companion statement from an underrepresented in medicine scientist. How much creativity are we leaving on the floor? Is there any doubt why there's this disproportional funding and why we don't have the research that really better illuminates root causes of health inequity? That's why I'm arguing that diversity may be one of the solutions, not the solution, but one of the solutions, particularly if you go beyond thinking about diversity as representativeness and think about diversity as excellence. In corporate America, we've learned this. If you look at the quality of decisions made by all white, all male teams and evaluate them post hoc, 58% of the time the decisions are good and everybody accepts that as baseline. But what happens if there's gender diversity? What happens if there's age and gender diversity? What happens if there's age, gender, racial, ethnic, and geographic diversity? From 58% to 87%, diverse teams make better decisions, not simply because of their own individual diversity, but because of their diversity of thought. That should resonate with you and be an idea that you carry forward. The decisions made in all of our institutions, mine included, sometimes are made by turtles. And what we need are leaders that are willing to take the high view and make the giraffe decisions on how we get to another place. That means going beyond just the representativeness and thinking about this phenomenon of allyship, where we work in solidarity with those that have been marginalized that are on the outside and empower those individuals. This begins to establish a mutuality relationship that empowers other individuals to provide their contributions. I particularly like this idea. Allyship is when a person of privilege is involved in a practice of unlearning, thinking about those deeply held biases that allows us to welcome others into the space. Privilege is a good thing. It comes across too many times as a negative, but when used carefully, it can be a very strong positive force. Look at this list. I won't articulate the list, but if you're in the room listening to me today, including me giving you this information, we are privileged. The question becomes, how do we use our privilege? We have to use our privilege to build new relationships that are based on trust and to provide an opportunity for others to grow and learn. I love this discrimination here because a mentor, and I'm a mentor for many, is an advisor in a content-specific area. But a sponsor is a person that has this allyship that can take another, offer their own personal equity, use their power, their privilege to enable others. That's how things begin to change. There are any number of reasons why these concepts fail, but they're all actionable. And you can look at this list and identify that they, in fact, really are actionable. So I'll close with this graphic published in the Journal of American College of Cardiology just last year, Building an Anti-Racist Culture. It starts with, who do you bring into the system? Recruitment. How do you educate? Are you teaching in a level set way where health equity is top of mind? How do you advance careers? If I'm making the argument that diversity is a potential solution, how do you advance careers so you have that diversity of thought in the C-suite at the decision table? And what are we doing on a day-to-day basis as we interact with individuals not like us, me included? As a leader, I'm interacting with people not like me. How do we make certain that we are practicing equity in our decision-making? And on a personal level, what do you inculcate in your own mindset and take away from this morning's discussion as a different way that you might proceed? And I'll give you just one word to take away. Listen. Active listening is the strongest asset we have. I am so grateful that the organizers determined that this was a sufficiently important topic to lead off with this IDeA symposium. I want to thank you for the invitation, and there is time remaining to answer questions. I am grateful.
Thank you so much for really a very inspiring and thoughtful presentation. We have some time for questions. May I ask a somewhat provocative question?
Please.
And in your area of scientific expertise, which is congestive heart failure, do you think implicit bias has affected research on the pathogenesis and treatment of CHF? And how?
Absolutely, and it's not just heart failure, but it's across the full domain of cardiovascular disease. Let me very carefully articulate a few things that highlight my argument. Think about the persons that do the research. There are very few principal investigators of major trials that look like me. There are very few persons at the bench that are elucidating mechanisms of LV dysfunction that look like me. There are very few people that are even aware of the social circumstances. Point two, think about the patients enrolled in clinical trials. Overwhelmingly, disproportionately so, representing younger people, males, and non-minorities. That's why we still have the push to try to diversify clinical trials. But think most importantly about this. What's science that enables the incorporation of these social determinants of health as part of the independent variables when we're evaluating clinical information? That science is still evolving, yet we make decisions constantly on differences as a function of race and ethnicity, understanding this, that race is not a biological model, it's a social construct. But we have yet to consistently incorporate social determinants of health as an independent variable. I've written extensively about this as of late, and I believe that things are beginning to change. But those are just three very important examples. Who's doing the study, who is a study participant, and how are we adjusting for this very important influence of the community?
Thank you. Questions from the audience? We have a microphone.
What? No, sir.
Thank you so much for a wonderful talk. I wanted to ask a little bit more about something you just commented on. It's typical for us to think about race and ethnicity as a demographic variable and control for that in some of our scientific work. And I think that's based on the concept of race and ethnicity as a biological variable. And you've reminded us that that's not the case and that we need to think about poverty, discrimination, and some of the other factors. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how we make that shift in our proposals and in our publications, because it's a commonly misunderstood domain.
So very important question. And the shift will have to be, if you will, a Teutonic shift. It has to be a shift within the investigational community, a shift within the education community, a shift within the editorial community. There has to be a call throughout to say there is a correct way to incorporate data regarding race. It can't simply be treated as a demographic. We have to understand why, and here is the important thing, why are we persuaded to evaluate data as a function of race? What's the question on the table? It's already been well established that it's not a biological construct. If the question is to look for evidence of residual health disparity, then that's appropriate. But anything else that infers that there's something uniquely different about self-described Hispanics, self-described Blacks becomes really troublesome. The next thing that is very important is to realize that the data we need are readily available. Take self-described race, identify demographics beyond race, if you will, employment and education, but as well, begin to avail yourself of rapidly evolving social determinant of health dashboards. This gives us an opportunity to really understand how we should calibrate decision-making when in the context of evaluating a patient, we also evaluate the patient's social circumstances. Increasingly, data sets are emerging that demonstrate that when we adjust for social determinants of health, either differences as a function of race disappear, or more provocatively, the differences that remain are the differences that can solely be attributable to the lingering effects of implicit bias. That moves us forward because even bias is modifiable just by raising awareness and going through a process of bias training. But we won't get there until we can partition what part is related to bias, what part is related to social determinants of health, and what part is a traditional disease process, because risk factors and comorbidities matter. So I'm excited that we can go forward in this direction. And I'm pleased that it's difficult because it means we will make the effort to overcome those difficulties and end up with very different narratives and very different outcomes.
Okay, thanks again for the talk, and actually, in particular, the specificity of your answer to the last question, because I think we need as much specific, actionable intelligence as possible. But I want to ask a bigger question, getting back to the Joint Commission.
Oh, sure.
And you know, many of us operate in healthcare systems that are teetering on the edge of insolvency. And the things that you rightly point out ought to be done and ought to be sort of personalized. So you're talking about a different kind of personalized medicine, not personalized based on genes or some biomarker, but personalized based on personal circumstances, history, and all the things you pointed out. We're going to get the money to do this when all we've got are cuts facing us, and not necessarily, I don't necessarily see on the horizon a lot of help from the federal government. Let me just put it that way.
So this is a very important conversation, and I share your concerns and anxieties. And I will give you an immediate answer and then a more thought-provoking answer. The immediate answer is that this is really why advocacy exists. That is to say, using our voice to indicate that in addition to what the Joint Commission wants to pursue, in addition to what the National Academy of Medicine endorses, in addition to the definition the CDC provides, we need CMS to step up and say, yes, this is important and this matters, and we will provide resources, particularly for those hospitals that attain these metrics, to receive appropriate and reasonable compensation. But you and I both know the arm wrestling that goes with the apportionment of CMS resources. But here is the more thought-provoking response, and we would all need to sit down with a big pot of coffee to address this, but this is clear. You said one word that just jumped off the screen: on the brink of insolvency. Insolvency at the outset means insolvency of our financial capital. What about insolvency of our human capital? If we allow these disparities to persist and continue to accept striking differences in health outcomes as a function of race, driven by policies for which those persons had no say, is that not an insolvency that matters as well? So that's almost the existential question. Which insolvency is more painful, and which insolvency has greater consequence longitudinally?
Okay, well, this is great. We're running a little short on time, so we'll conclude. And thank you once again, Dr. Yancey, for our wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, I'd like to introduce Brett Pollock, who is Associate Professor of Biology at Providence College. And he is the Program Director for the Rhode Island INBRE, which serves many primarily undergraduate serving institutions in the state, as well as the research universities. Right.
Thanks, Sharon. So today it's my pleasure to introduce one of our INBRE-funded researchers. Well, actually, she's a recent graduate because Jamie recently obtained an NIH R15 award to support her work. And so I'll just say, because Bongsup's fuming over there, I'm the program coordinator for Rhode Island INBRE. He's the director.
Sorry.
I'm just joking. And so one of the things that INBRE does is to support biomedical research infrastructure development across Rhode Island by funding junior researchers and with a strong emphasis on student training. And Jamie is one of our great success stories. She's progressed through our developmental process, done a fantastic job of training students, and has culminated with being federally competitive. And this is just one of the things that Rhode Island INBRE does to provide early career support for researchers across Rhode Island. Now, many of our researchers do basic research. And so when we come to things like this, where there's a highly clinical focus, I think one of the things this challenges us to do is think about the links between basic research and things like health disparities in clinical treatment. And I would argue that one of those important things is education and the experiences that we provide for our students through student research opportunities. And Jamie has done a fantastic job of training students and helping prepare our next generation of scientists and clinicians. And so I think it ties in really well with that. So today, Jamie is going to tell us about her research about DNA polymerase theta and cancer.
Thank you. I hope you can all hear me okay. All right. So before I begin, I just want to take a moment to talk about the RIC student and our campus in general. So we have been around for a while, but we are located in Providence, and we are a primarily undergraduate institution serving about 6,000 undergraduate students. We do have about 1,000 graduate students, but primarily we focus on our undergraduate education. We are well known for our professional programs, so we have social work, nursing, and education, but we also offer programs in chemistry, biology, history, music, theater, dance, you name it. So let's talk about the student as a whole. 35% of those students identify as being in underrepresented populations, with the majority of those students being first generation. 87% of our student population come right from Rhode Island, and so they like to have this institution within their backyard. We recently have been designated as a Hispanic serving institution, which really allows us to access federal funding to better serve our growing and ever-changing population. Although we are primarily undergraduate institution, 80% of our students engage in research, internships, and field training. And so I'm going to talk about our program that I have in my chemistry department. And this is just one of the projects that we have. And I've indicated my students that have been working on the projects with pictures of them. So my research focuses mostly on DNA repair. And so as you know, DNA is constantly being damaged on a daily basis. And there are a variety of damages that can occur. The cell has a way of fixing this through a variety of cell pathways, DNA repair pathways. And there are specific enzymes that are involved in both recognizing and fixing this damaged DNA. I'm going to focus mostly on DNA polymerases. So just a quick recap, DNA polymerases are essential for DNA repair, but they synthesize new DNA by forming a phosphodiester bond, and they're involved in both repair and replication. So understanding how these DNA polymerases work on an individual level is critical for understanding diseases such as cancer. There are 16 specialized DNA polymerases in eukaryotes, and they're divided based on both their they're divided into families based on their structure and their function. And so hopefully you can see my cursor here. So all DNA polymerases have 3 subdomains. There is a POM domain, that's the catalytic active site located here in orange, where the phosphodiester bond occurs. There's the blue fingers domain that receives the incoming nucleotide, aligns within the DNA template for accurate repair, and the thumb is holding the DNA template. Now I'm going to focus today on DNA polymerase theta, which is a relatively new DNA polymerase. We have a general idea of its biological function. So it's typically the main DNA polymerase that's involved in microhomology mediated end joining, and it also has a role in translesion repair. Unlike its other A family members, it's actually quite error prone. And so this is really interesting as a DNA polymerase as to why the cell would use a highly error prone DNA polymerase for biological functions. It's quite large, it's 290 kilodaltons, and the C terminus is where the polymerase domain is housed with those 3 subdomains. There are 2 other domains, the helicase-like and the central domain, that help facilitate its MMEJ roles. Recently, DNA polymerase theta has been implicated in a variety of cancers, mostly as an on and off switch. So studies have looked at when we overexpress Pol theta, or the gene PolQ, in cancer patients. Typically, these cancer patients have poor clinical outcomes. Then a more recent study in 2019 suggested if we knock down Pol theta in mice and expose them to UV light, they actually develop skin cancer. So both of these studies suggest that Pol theta plays a prominent role, but it's not quite clear whether it's protecting or hurting the genome. So that's where my research comes in. And through a collaboration with the Yale Spore and Skin Cancer, we've identified through 250 melanoma patients, approximately 33 mutations in the PolQ gene. Interestingly, 21 of these mutations were from sun-exposed tumors. And so we mapped out all of these mutations on the whole gene, and we found that the mutations end up in all 3 of the domains. And interestingly, there's several mutations in the polymerase domain. And so we hypothesized that perhaps a mutated Pol theta is actually contributing to genomic instability through a reduction in DNA repair. This is the first of its kind study as nobody has ever looked at cancer-associated variants of Pol theta. Now, we are an undergraduate lab, so we need things to work at an undergraduate level on a semester type basis. And so luckily for us, we can truncate Pol theta into just the C terminus and explore its polymerase domain only. We can easily do this in E. coli, and so through site-directed mutagenesis, my students have identified a mutation in each of the 3 subdomains. We've made those individual mutations and expressed them in E. coli, and we'll now be working with purified protein. The idea is here we want to compare it to wild-type Pol theta to really understand what's happening on a molecular level. And so we can use biochemical assays to understand what happens when DNA polymerase is mutated. So there are 2 phenotypes that we're really looking for. The first is it a mutator phenotype? And so what that means is when the DNA polymerase is involved in repairing the DNA, does it increase the amount of mutations that are present? Now, in a normal cell, that could lead to cancer, but I want to recall that these are from melanoma patients. And so in a cancer cell, this could lead to chemoresistance. There's another phenotype that we look for also, whether or not that DNA polymerase is catalytically slow. What happens here is then the DNA polymerase is unable to insert the correct nucleotide, and it causes a stall in the replication fork. There's a double-strand break that occurs, chromosomal instability, and eventually cancer. So we use biochemistry to really elucidate these types of mechanisms to figure out what is going on that molecular level. So if you recall back to your enzyme plus substrate makes this complex and we get a conversion over to a product, we can use that same type of model. Because all DNA polymerases look relatively similar, we can assume that their function is relatively the same. Pol theta is actually quite more complicated because we have multiple substrates. So we're going to ignore the DNA substrate for now and just focus on substrate being the nucleotide that's coming in. And we can elucidate this mechanism when the nucleotide comes in, what's happening in steps 3 and 4 through that polymerization step, and then finally product release. So to do this, we start with one assay. It's called a biphasic burst. And so essentially what we're looking at is steps 2 through 6. So we have a fluorescently labeled DNA substrate, and we provide our DNA polymerase with the correct nucleotide. And the idea is that it inserts the correct nucleotide opposite the base. We get an N+1 product. We separate that on a polyacrylamide gel and quantify it. We plot this product opposite time to get a observed polymerization rate. We look for a biphasic burst curve, which is a classic definition of what a DNA polymerase does. And so this is in classic Michaelis-Menten conditions, meaning we have excess enzyme and we're having, excess substrate, and we have multiple turnovers that are occurring. So we find a very rapid polymerization rate that we call K-OBS that occurs very quickly, and then a slower rate-limiting steady state. And so we looked at several of our mutations to identify what the rate is overall. Now, the number is not necessarily that important. We just want to look at how fast is it compared to wild type. So what we identified is that 3 of our variants, 1 in the thumb and 2 in our palm, behave very similar to wild type. But we were very interested in 2 mutations that occurred that resulted in slower observed polymerization rates. And so we wanted to look at this a little bit further and look at what these mutations, where they came from, and a little bit of background on the patients. So our L2538r mutation is located within the catalytic active site, actually right underneath the DNA. This came from a 78-year-old male with a sun-exposed tumor. And then we also identified a mutation E2406K that was located in the fingers domain. That's associated with binding the correct nucleotide. And this patient, it was a 66-year-old male with an ocular tumor. And so given that there is some sort of discrepancy in the rate, we wanted to look at what is causing that rate. And so to do this, we can diverge from our classic Michaelis-Menten kinetics and actually go into what's called steady state kinetics, where we have excess enzyme and we're looking at 1 turnover of the DNA polymerase. So here what we do is we titrate the concentration of nucleotides over time, and we do this for a variety of different concentrations. And what that allows us to do is calculate an observed polymerization rate that can be plotted against the concentration of our nucleotide. That separates all those different steps that I talked about earlier into 2 steps. So our step 2, and then we call steps 3 and 4 kind of one step. Step 2 is our binding to nucleotide, so the affinity for the nucleotide, and steps 3 and 4, which is our polymerization rate. And so we hope to tease out where is the slow step. Now, we have done this, and this is the first of its kind for wild type Pol theta, so we were happy to get a baseline. And now we wanted to look at all the variants, all the different nucleotide combinations. And so that gives us a lot of data. I don't expect you to look at all of these numbers, but this is what the level that my students are able to carry out and what they essentially can do together. And so I'm going to highlight just on our two mutations that were really interesting to us. So we'll look at L and our E variant. And this is a lot of data here, but what I want to pull out is 3 characteristics. So the first is discrimination. So how does the polymerase know to pick from correct versus incorrect? And we essentially look at that comparing the correct incorporation versus incorrect of each of those nucleotides, and we compare them to each other. And so we get a discrimination known as discrimination K-Pol, or a discrimination at the level of KD. And this higher number here tells us that all of our Pol theta, regardless if it's wild type or the variant, discriminate at the level of K-Pol. But what's interesting to us is with our variants, they actually have a very weak binding to correct nucleotide. So they'd actually prefer to pick the incorrect nucleotide. And so what that suggests to us is that when we relate that back to K-Pol over KD, we can get efficiency. And what we find here in our efficiency is that it's actually 40 times, our variants are 40 times less efficient than wild type Pol theta. And in the same way, we can relate efficiency to fidelity. Fidelity is the key thing we want to pull from all this data. It tells us whether or not our polymerase can accurately pick from a pool of nucleotides to insert the correct nucleotide to ensure genomic stability. And what we find is that our variants are about 20 times less faithful than our mutant, and so than our wild type. And this is the first of its kind study where we're looking at these individual mutations. Now, I am not ready to conclude what pathway we're at just yet. We're still working on that. But what it suggests to us, and we're looking at individual patients here, we can start to build a map of how this mutated DNA polymerase works as a whole. And the idea is we want to identify potential biomarkers for melanoma patients, specifically honing in on POLQ. As I mentioned before, these mutations came from tumors from melanoma. So it's very possible that our variants are actually experiencing reduced DNA repair. They're increasing the mutation rate. And what's happening is they could lead to chemoresistance. Now, I'm also not quite ready to conclude that our mutated versions of Pol theta are contributing to genomic instability just yet. We have several collaborations to look at both on an in vitro and an in vivo model of our cancer-derived mutations. And so through a collaboration with Brown University, we're looking a little bit more at the mutations and how they can behave with UV light and UV damage. We also have some melanoma studies, and we're looking at a model organism with zebrafish. So I want to thank you for everything, for listening to my talk today, but more importantly, I want to highlight the incredible work that my undergraduates have done. I've had about 20 students in my lab over the past 5 years, and all of them have contributed in some way. And if I had more time, I could tell you about more of the programs that we're doing here. But many of our students go on to careers in medicine and graduate school, and we really foster an experiential learning here at Rhode Island College. Of course, I'd like to thank IMBRI and the NIH for funding.
Fantastic. Does anybody have any questions? Sharon.
Thank you for a really terrific talk and for telling us about your work with your students. It's inspiring. Do you see how these data could be used to help develop approaches to either improving chemoresistance or in fact actually as treatments for these cancers?
Yes, absolutely. I think we'd like to get a bigger data pool to really kind of map out where some of these critical mutations are lying. We have identified some mutations that have really no effect. So that could be really interesting to kind of look at a little more detail. In fact, some of them are actually more efficient than wild type. So we could almost use those as potential targets for drug therapies and things like that. So we're a long ways off, but from a basic science perspective, we're really gaining a perspective from how these mutations really affect the overall structure and function.
Any other questions? All right, please join me in thanking Jamie for a great talk.
So next, we have our poster session, which is out there. And please get a cup of coffee, some juice, grab a yogurt and a muffin, and take a look at all the terrific science that we have on display. Thank you.
Okay, it's 10:45, so I think we can get going. Just check everything on the AV side. So my name is Ed Hallrat. I'm a professor of medical science here at Brown University. And on the Advanced CTR Award, I serve as the program coordinator. And in addition, I'm the Senior Associate Dean for the program in biology at Brown University and the Division of Biology and Medicine. So it's my pleasure to introduce the speakers for the rest of this morning session. And first of all, let me just say it's great to have you all here and have this meeting in person. And it's been, I think, 3 years since we've met for this meeting, this annual meeting. And I think we're off to a good start to move forward on this. So I have the pleasure to introduce Dr. Rachel Whiteman, Assistant Professor of Emergency Medicine at the Alpert Medical School at Brown, and associated with the Center of Biomedical Research Excellence of Opioids and Overdose, from which I believe she received pilot funding, a good start. Dr. Whiteman is triple board certified in medical toxicology, emergency medicine, and addiction medicine. And in partnership with the Rhode Island Department of Health, Dr. Whiteman co-founded the Rhode Island buprenorphine hotline. And her talk this morning will be on-demand, audio-only buprenorphine telehealth.
I'm just gonna hop up on the stool. This is kind of high. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and speak with you today. I'm just gonna get my slides going. And I'm very excited to speak to you about on-demand, audio-only buprenorphine telehealth, or more specifically, the Rhode Island buprenorphine hotline. And we're extremely fortunate to have had this program funded by BHDDH through state CMSTEP funds and have additional support from the Rhode Island Department of Health and also the Rhode Island COBRA on opioid and overdose. So for background, I'm going to go a little bit through what the Rhode Island buprenorphine hotline is and how it works. So in essence, it's a telephone line, 24/7 availability, free for buprenorphine initiation. So the way that it works is that anybody in Rhode Island who's in opioid withdrawal or who has opioid use disorder can call the telephone number. They get patched through to an access center, which will register them in the electronic health record, and then they get connected in real time to a buprenorphine prescriber. And so they have a telehealth visit, which is in essence like any medical visit, just over the phone. And if clinically appropriate, during that visit, they get e-prescribed buprenorphine to their pharmacy. We co-prescribe buprenorphine. We provide additional harm reduction resources. We also help link patients to ongoing maintenance treatment. We're currently staffed by 6 providers, and we're very lucky to have supplemental help from the addiction medicine fellows at Rhode Island Hospital. We don't currently bill for these visits, so the visit and the assessment is free for all patients that call, but patients are responsible for whatever copay is with the buprenorphine prescription they get, although we do have kind of workarounds and we work with people to make sure that it's affordable. Okay, so for a little bit of background, why am I talking to you about this? Why is this program so new, so innovative? And I'm confident in saying that this program is the first of its kind because before the pandemic, federal regulations did not allow buprenorphine initiation with telehealth. So pre-pandemic, all buprenorphine telehealth had been for maintenance treatment. So at the beginning of the pandemic, March 2020, DEA, HHS relaxed those federal regulations and for the first time ever allowed initiation of buprenorphine via audio only and audiovisual platforms. And they did that in recognition of the increased barriers to care access. And so we really saw this as a huge opportunity to try to improve access in care for Rhode Islanders for buprenorphine treatment. So this is a question that I want to address up front because it's one that I always get. Why did we choose to make this service audio only and just over the telephone? And based on my prior experience taking poison control call as a medical toxicologist, I really was able to see that good healthcare could be delivered over the phone. So with that kind of basis, what we wanted to do was make the service as accessible as possible. And so we knew from prior experience that not everybody has a phone, not everybody has a smartphone with an adequate data plan that can support an audiovisual platform. We knew that broadband access was not universal, and so we really didn't want to exclude anybody. We wanted to make the barrier to entry as low as possible, and that's really panned out. I've taken care of patients in the middle of a field on a community caseworker phone. I've taken care of patients on a landline at a shelter. So we were able to really treat patients that if this had been an audiovisual platform, wouldn't have been able to access care. Further, we knew that not everybody wanted to be seen in their environment at any point in time, and we didn't want that to be a further obstacle to care. So this is just kind of a breakdown of our first 10 months of the service of who called us. And as you can imagine, most of our patients called in opioid withdrawal. And I would go so far as to say moderate to severe opioid withdrawal. About 2/3 had taken buprenorphine previously, either prescribed or non-prescribed. Especially at the beginning of the pandemic, I had a number of callers who had previously taken up to years of non-prescribed buprenorphine that they had regularly been buying on the street because of care access barriers and because of financial hardships, changes in the supply, and decreased access to those connections. This was the point in time that they were ready to reach out for treatment. Most of our patients, or about 1/3, had filled a prior buprenorphine prescription. And I give the caveat that this data is only from our first 10 months of the service line. In our second year, we became a lot better known to a lot of the other treatment providers in the area. And so we actually did a lot more bridge script filling, helping when patients missed appointments or weren't able to get in for an appointment, when patients developed COVID and weren't able to be seen in the office. We got a lot of referrals from patients that were in treatment and kind of worked to fill those gaps. So I can tell you since the 2 years that we've been doing this, we've had hundreds of callers and we've filled almost 250 prescriptions. This is just the data from that first 10 months again. And you can see not every caller gets a buprenorphine prescription. So some patients are clinically unstable and get referred up to a higher level of care. Other patients are calling just kind of wanting to learn more about buprenorphine. We do have callers that are on methadone or interested in methadone treatment, and we are unable to provide methadone over the phone. We're not an OTP, and so we refer those patients out to methadone treatment providers. So of patients that got connected with a provider, about 74% received prescriptions. Most of those were filled. And I just really want to highlight here the 71% 30-day follow-up prescription rate. Because we refer throughout the entire state and we're serving patients in South County, Warwick, Woonsocket, we're not able to track in the electronic health system very easily if people follow up, but we are able to track in the PDMP. So we use that for a marker of our follow-up numbers of patients that got a repeat buprenorphine prescription. And just for a reference to this number of 71% of patients having that repeat buprenorphine prescription, a recent article came out in Annals of Emergency Medicine where they followed buprenorphine initiations in the emergency department and how many of those patients had a repeat prescription, and that number was between 20 and 30%. So the follow-up numbers are pretty remarkable. So what have we learned? How do we move from here? And one thing I would really say is that we found that the hotline really served as kind of a common sense approach to improve access to care. So we were able to overcome barriers of transportation, geography. I cared for patients who had significant caregiver obligations, who had work obligations, and weren't able to access care through normal avenues. And so for that first prescription that they got through our bridging hotline, we were able to overcome those barriers, but there's still those barriers in place a lot of times for that follow-up appointment because life doesn't necessarily become simpler. So things to kind of think about for the future is just adding flexibility and accessibility in substance use treatment to really fit people's lives and meet with them where they are. Other things kind of that is worth saying, we set up this program in Rhode Island in a single state. I'm very interested to see how this scales outside of Rhode Island. So when we set up this program, I had providers across the country reach out to us wanting to learn what we were doing, what was going on. Recently, University of Pennsylvania just set up a telehealth bridge hotline for buprenorphine, and the Chicago Department of Health is set to launch their own buprenorphine hotline. So I'm really excited to see how those programs play out and how their services look. Right now, we're only prescribing buprenorphine. Legally, we can't prescribe methadone, but everybody kind of knows as you add increased layers of services and increased layers of complexity, things become more challenging. Right now, we're able to provide this service for free, and I feel like that's such an important thing in order to maximize equity and make this line really accessible to everyone. But I'm not naive enough to think that the grant funding is going to keep going indefinitely, and so we have to figure out a way to make this sustainable. The other kind of thing looking ahead is just the regulatory uncertainty of whether or not we're going to keep being able to prescribe buprenorphine over the phone. Right now, there are a couple kind of pushes in Congress to try to enact new legislation in order to keep the telehealth flexibilities that were put in place with the COVID-19 pandemic in place, but I'm not sure how that's going to play out moving forward. And I'd just really like to end by acknowledging my co-leads on this project, Dr. Elizabeth Samuels, Dr. Seth Clark, and Dr. Carrie Wunsch. I could not have asked for a better group of teammates to build this project.
Questions, comments? Mike's on the way.
Thanks very much. Really promising stuff. I wanted to pick up on one of the last points you made, which is, yeah, can we keep doing this via telehealth? So as you, I think, are aware, even prescribing any controlled substance through any kind of telemedicine without an in-person visit might become impossible without changes in law.
Yep, you're referencing the Ryan-Haight Act.
Right.
Yep, and it's only because of those flexibility allowances that DEA and HHS put in place that we're able to do this program at all.
Well, so what I understand, and as a clinician, what I'm being told is you can still do it, but you've got to see the people in person at least once.
That's the exact language of the Ryan-Haight Act.
Right, and would that be feasible with your program?
No.
Not at all. Not even after you start. I don't mean to initiate it, but for follow-up care, would you be allowed to continue it? If you initiate it over the phone.
Yeah, you're getting into a bit of a gray area, and potentially moving forward, we may be able to do that sort of thing, but it all is pretty uncertain right now.
Yeah, no, I know that. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
Any questions on them? No. Any other questions from the audience here? Seeing none, if not, then thank you very much, and thanks for your
Thank you.
It's great to see Rhode Island making a difference nationally as well. So next, I think we can go ahead. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. Thanks for keeping on time, Rachel. So our next speaker is Dr. Christina D'angelo, who is a staff psychologist in the Division of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry at Hasbro Children's Hospital and clinical instructor in the Department of Psychiatry and Human Behavior at Brown. She's affiliated with the ECHO program. This is the IDeA States Pediatric Clinical Trials Network. I would note that Dr. D'Angelo is an alumna from Providence College. And received her PhD, University of Alabama, Birmingham. Her talk is entitled, if we could have the next slide. I guess I can do that. Yeah, there we go. COVID-19 pandemic and asthma-related emergency department utilization among children, adolescents, and young adults in Rhode Island. Dr. D'Angelo.
Thank you for that introduction. I feel really honored and excited to be here and quite humbled, honestly, to be presenting among a really excellent group of presenters so far. My talk today is going to focus on the COVID-19 pandemic and asthma-related ED utilization among children, adolescents, and young adults in Rhode Island. And
My bad.
should I click?
Right,
Oh,
right here.
gosh, I'm sorry.
There you go.
This is right, yes. I'm going to start with thanks. So I just like to start off with saying thank you from the very beginning because I'm just so very grateful, first of all, again, to be here and also to the people who helped make this project in particular happen. I wouldn't be here without this group of people working on this project today and also my research mentor and advisor and colleague, Daphne Konis-Mitchell. We assembled this group to work on, like I said, this ED utilization project, and it was a true collaboration with our colleagues at Hassenfeld and with some special thanks to a few folks who helped with
Someone muted you somehow.
special thanks to folks who helped further this project in different ways. I also would just like to acknowledge and give a lot of thanks to the entire Childhood Asthma Research Program and the Pediatric Health Disparities Lab. It's true, tremendous effort that is taken on by this group to really deliver state-of-the-art intervention across the state of Rhode Island, and I'm grateful to work with this diverse group of individuals. I will never pass up an opportunity to kind of talk about pediatric psychology, and so I would like to just take a minute to introduce myself a little bit more. I actually, like was mentioned in the introduction, did my graduate training at the University of Alabama at Birmingham in medical clinical psychology. I did my residency in pediatric psychology at Nemours in Wilmington, Delaware, before coming up here for my fellowship in pediatric psychology at Brown. And as I didn't put on here, although maybe should have, I started my kind of training at Brown after graduating from Providence College with Laura Stroud for 3 years afterwards before going to grad school. And I just feel this immense kind of full circle moment to be presenting in front of folks who were so fundamental in my training. So I'm very grateful. I stayed on after my fellowship here for a staff psychologist position, and some of my time is spent with research. I have about 20% FTE with research with Daphne and her team, so I'm grateful to be having the opportunity to talk about that research piece today. The other hats I wear are at Hasbro Children's, predominantly in integrated care in the pediatric hematology oncology clinic. My passion is really within pediatric sickle cell disease, which is ripe for health disparities, and I'm eager to kind of continue my clinical and research within that group as well. I spend a little bit of time in GI as well with our feeding team, and I have some outpatient ped psych time therapy. Today, I'm going to focus a little bit and talk about some of the background on pediatric health disparities in asthma. I'll walk through the aims of this particular study that I'm going to talk about, and then move through the results and takeaways, and hopefully we'll have time for questions. This slide feels not as necessary after the really excellent keynote from Dr. Yancey, but any talk on pediatric health disparities, I think, should mention, I'm happy to be able to mention kind of I'm going to shift down here. Is that okay if I move down here? think I'll be able to see my notes. But it's important to be able to talk about our health disparities and what we are talking about and what we are not talking about. Health disparities are really preventable differences in the burden of disease experienced by socially disadvantaged populations. We're not talking about differences in the disease due purely to race. This was highlighted in a recent publication by the American Academy of Pediatrics in their statement that they just released on eliminating race-based medicine as part of a broader commitment to dismantle structural and systemic inequities that lead to racial and health disparities. This is relevant for pediatric asthma as well, with the spirometry, as you can see pulled from here. I think that helps to set the stage. I'm going to talk a little bit more about our pediatric health disparities within asthma. Asthma is the most prevalent chronic illness among youth, with approximately 7 million children in the United States having asthma. It's disproportionately present among children from Latino and Black and African American backgrounds, particularly from Puerto Rican descent as well. As we know, factors relating to pediatric health disparities are really complex, multi-level, and multifactorial. It would take a whole other talk to just kind of tease apart some of what we know about what's contributing to these disparities. A few of the key factors that we know relate to disparities that relate to asthma exacerbations and ED visits among our youth would be some of these things here that I've listed: perceptual inaccuracies of pulmonary function, concerns and beliefs about medications, asthma knowledge and management, access, and family provider collaboration. Disparate burden is also exacerbated by socioeconomic status and urban residence. So it's important to consider geographical location and our families that are in poverty as well. The urban environment can relate to both indoor and outdoor pollutants that are incredibly relevant for asthma. In Rhode Island specifically, our team has identified that neighborhood risk, which is outlined here, is related to increased pediatric emergency department use and hospitalizations among our kids with asthma. Because of what we know about the disparities within Rhode Island and in asthma broadly, our group has spent many, many years and has a center's grant and among other grants and groups that have worked on this to really understand these disparities better and work to address them. I'll speak a little bit more on the work we're doing now, but our group has really focused on delivering intervention both in the homes and in schools among these kind of our most at-risk youth to really address these disparities. Zooming in a little bit more on Rhode Island, as I've mentioned, much of our work in the asthma lab has focused on addressing disparities within our core cities, which are the cities that have 25% or more of children living below the poverty threshold. Those 4 core cities are Woonsocket, Providence, Pawtucket, and Central Falls, and they all have higher levels of children presenting to emergency departments and also subsequent hospitalizations than the state average, which is about where that green line is. Also in Rhode Island, again, there's clear racial and ethnic disparities with who's presenting to our emergency departments for asthma-related visits or encounters. As you can see, our children, non-Hispanic, Black, and Hispanic children have higher rates across Rhode Island. Another factor that's important to mention here is that there's also seasonal variations within asthma exacerbations and presentations to the ED, as you might expect. There's some peaks in kind of the spring season and fall season with dips in the mid kind of winter and summer seasons. It's helpful to just keep in mind as we move through this. And then COVID hits, and there is a lot of concern that for pediatric asthma and asthma in general, a respiratory illness, that COVID, which is also has respiratory involvement, would have significant effects on our populations with asthma and actually be relating to increases in hospitalizations and exacerbations. This was actually found not to be the case early on in the pandemic. This is from a group out of CHOP in Philadelphia. They found that there were significant decreases in presentations to emergency departments right around the time when COVID-19 pandemic was really emerging. And that's not totally surprising given that there's a lot of lockdown and people were staying where they were. Less is known as to whether these patterns were maintained as the pandemic progressed, and even less is known about this fuller story of where these folks were presenting from in the emergency departments. I'll move through the aims of our study. We were really hoping to examine these trends in ED utilizations and hospitalizations pre-COVID and during this kind of extended COVID period in Rhode Island specifically. And we also wanted to use a novel technique to understand where these folks were coming from by using geospatial mapping to assess kind of hotspots pre-COVID and during this COVID era, in addition to understanding how the COVID maps, so where we saw the highest numbers of COVID rates, were also relating to this ED use. To do this, we were able to pull from our electronic health record from across the state. So we pulled from every ED for visits that were primarily related with an asthma ICD code, ages 0 to 21. We were looking at a 10-month period, so extending beyond just the initial first few months of the pandemic. We pulled from January all the way to October, and the little marker there is when, of course, as we all remember, the COVID-19 pandemic really emerged. We were able to collect this for 2018, 2019, and then 2020, which is our COVID year. I'll move through these analyses quickly, but we were able to use some time series plots to understand these patterns, as well as some t-tests, and then we'll move through the geospatial maps as well. We did find that those decreases were maintained longer than just the first few months of the pandemic, which was demonstrated as I showed earlier at CHOP. We were able to see that there were significant decreases from 2018 and 2019 to 2020. There also was a significant decrease from 2018 to 2019, which we're still trying to understand a little bit better, although have hopes that it's from a lot of the intervention that we were really focusing on that our group was able to do. This figure may be a little bit complicated. It's kind of a lot to look at, but it's looking at daily ED visits during the pandemic compared to 2018 and 2019. So you can see the blue lines here. I'll pull up our little COVID marker and our seasonal trends. You can see the blue and green lines. We're following those trends typically, and when the COVID-19 pandemic hit, those daily ED visits just really dropped and were significantly lower. This is showing similar that our number of hospitalizations was also significantly lower in 2020 compared to 2018 and 19. And for some exciting maps, which I think is a really fun way to look at this data to understand better about where these hotspots are and where we can really deliver our intervention to kind of have the most effect and to help with some of these disparities of who's presenting to our emergency departments. You could see that there are, from 2018 and 2019, significant decreases in the numbers of individuals, children presenting to the emergency departments. And you can see that despite lower numbers, the hotspots or the darkest areas remain the same across the maps. So even though the COVID-19 pandemic decreased overall presentation, they were still coming from their highest risk areas. I'm going to zoom in on this map a little bit. So that map stayed the same. On the right, it's our ED visit rates. And on the left is our COVID rates for the same time period. So you can see the areas outlined in blue are actually our zip codes in Rhode Island with the top quintile of proportion of population in poverty. You can see that those areas that are the darkest also were typically outlined in blue for COVID numbers, and also then relating to increased ED use. These are our core cities, where much of our intervention is kind of focused for our asthma lab, as I mentioned. These are the colors that are also the darkest. So taken together, we did see this continued decrease in presentation to the ED and continued decreases in hospitalizations in Rhode Island beyond just the first several months of the COVID-19 pandemic. And also we're seeing that disparities were persisting in that many of the individuals that were presenting to the ED were also coming from hotspot COVID areas. There's many factors that may be contributing to this that we're going to continue to explore. There were significant decreases in irritants that could relate generally to decreases in asthma exacerbations. With the closing of schools, people staying home, working remotely, social distancing and masking, there are likely fewer viruses and infectious triggers in addition to just exposures from pollution in the air. one thing that we're most interested in kind of understanding better is the role of caregiver fear. Caregiver fear is a factor that has related to disparities in pediatric asthma previously, so higher rates of caregiver fear among minority populations, and understanding better the decision-making that's involved when deciding to bring your child to the emergency department for an asthma exacerbation during a global pandemic. We're curious to kind of understand that decision better and help facilitate decision-making as we can. As I've mentioned, and again, this could be a whole talk, and Daphne has given grand round presentations on this, but our group is really focused on intervening in these hotspot areas and trying to understand and deliver interventions to our highest risk communities in their homes, in their schools, and as many places as we can. And so we're eager for our future research, understanding, again, as I've mentioned, kind of the decisions around presenting to the ED. I also think that the role of telehealth and telemedicine is interesting to be thinking about in terms of how that may have affected who was presenting as well. Anecdotally, I've found that with telehealth, we can reach many more individuals. And so I think that there's a lot to understand with telehealth and telemedicine among our kind of core cities. And I thank you for your time. Thank you again for having me here. I'm happy to answer questions.
Questions?
I have a great talk. You said that pollution is one of the contributing factors. Do you have any specific in mind?
I could send around the kind of specific article that I had when we were writing this up, but it did talk about how just with fewer people commuting to work, that like pollution in the air in major cities was significantly decreased during the first few months, at least, of the COVID-19 pandemic. I don't know how that's changed as people have kind of gotten back out to work, but yes.
Thank you for a great talk. I take care of grown-ups with chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and I can say anecdotally that we also noticed we were seeing dramatic decreases in patients with acute exacerbations of COPD, and for all the reasons that you have considered. And that was upheld actually when we looked at data from the Department of Veterans Affairs, that the hospitalization rate and ED visit rate was way down. So I'm wondering, does this have implications for mask wearing during the virus seasons going forward for these individuals with respiratory disease?
Yes.
And I guess that would be probably a good idea.
I think there's a lot of lessons learned that we can take from this and from the pandemic itself. I think that we've learned a lot in terms of, like I've mentioned just briefly, in terms of telehealth and telemedicine, and how can we reach out to these communities that may have a harder time coming in? Can we establish more long-term patient-provider relations with telehealth and telemedicine? And yes, I think that learning from mask wearing and social distancing could be incredibly important for our kind of high-risk patients with asthma and other chronic illnesses at a time, especially when fear is also, again, so high.
And a second question, how much does the cost of these asthma drugs contribute to the disparities and the hospitalization rate for asthma that you've observed?
Yeah, I don't have a full answer to that question. I'm happy to look into it more. It's a great question to think about. I don't know.
And we have a question from the Q&A from Zoomland.
Great.
Do you think that the pandemic has shifted healthcare utilization to outpatient practices instead of the ED? So could patients be as sick, but just not going to the emergency department?
I think that that's one possibility. I think there's much to explore with that. I think also many outpatient clinics were more hesitant to bring people in if there was any kind of concern for a virus. And so I do wonder if it shifted not just to outpatient clinics coming in, but that kind of telemedicine visit potentially. So yes, I think that it has shifted.
it's a question that sort of specifies the answer to the last two questions, and that is, do we know anything about prescription refills and other drug dispensing for asthma management during these times?
I don't have that information. I would be curious to understand more about that as well, and just access during those times.
I would think it should be available.
Rhode Island has done a nice job understanding the burden of asthma, as was kind of some of those were pulled from, and they have some good information on like who's being charged in their insurances and who's presenting to the ED and prescription use. Our lab looks a lot at adherence and, through various measures, including looking through prescription refills. So it certainly would be something to look into further.
Any other questions? None. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So before we leave the topic of asthma, I did recall that in Dr. Yancey's talk, in that slide that presented the publications with regards to the founding sort of thoughts about race and medicine, the very first reference there was L. Brown, our own Lundy Brown, who's a professor of pathology and laboratory medicine and of Africana studies. And she has published in the area of disparities with regards to the application of interpretation of spirometry measurements in African Americans versus whites. So I thought, yeah, so again, I just wanted to call that out in terms of Dr. Yancey's talk. So moving on, our last speaker in this morning's session is Dr. Elizabeth Aston, who is an assistant professor of behavioral and social sciences, Perens Research at Brown, and is affiliated with the COBRA, the phase 1 COBRA in the School of Public Health, based in the School of Public Health on the Center for Addiction and Disease Risk Exacerbation, or CADRE. I would note that Dr. Aston has previously been awarded a K01 Career Development Award from NIDA to do research on the behavioral economic analysis of demand for marijuana. And she has continued her work in cannabis. And the title of her talk is given here, A Qualitative Analysis of Perceptions of Cannabis as an Adjunct Treatment for Rheumatoid Autoimmune Conditions, the Effect of Hispanic Ethnicity on Healthcare Experiences. So, Dr. Aston. Control the slides here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that introduction. All right. No, I'm like. Thank you very much for having me today. So I will be talking about a recent ongoing study that I'm working on regarding qualitative analysis of perceptions of cannabis as a treatment for rheumatic autoimmune conditions, specifically rheumatoid and psoriatic arthritis. I'll start by talking a little bit about the use of cannabis for chronic pain, and then I'll give an overview of rheumatoid and psoriatic arthritis. I want to talk about the qualitative study that we're running right now, and then I'll touch on some of the core qualitative themes that have come out of this work so far. And I'll end with talking about implications of this study and future directions. Currently, approximately 25 million Americans do experience chronic pain on a daily basis. And the first line of treatment is evidence-based non-pharmacologic treatments. This is the optimal initial approach for management of various chronic pain conditions. However, clinicians do face some really substantial barriers in patients that happen to be treatment resistant. So because of this, many patients do seek alternative therapies, and these may include cannabis for treatment of their chronic pain conditions. Clinical trials suggest that cannabis may be effective for certain conditions. There's been a lot of work on its effectiveness for treating pain and other symptoms in multiple sclerosis, neuropathic pain, and cancer-related pain. But there is a dearth of work so far on its use to treat symptoms of inflammatory autoimmune conditions, specifically rheumatoid and psoriatic arthritis. Rheumatoid arthritis affects approximately 1.3 million Americans and about 1% of the worldwide population. It's characterized by joint destruction, stiffness, swelling, pain, and all of this leads to loss of function for these patients. It usually begins between 30 and 60 years of age. However, you can have this diagnosis at any time, and women are up to 3 times more likely to suffer from this condition. Psoriatic arthritis shares similarities with rheumatoid arthritis, but is a bit different. It affects approximately 1 million Americans and 20% of patients that have been diagnosed with psoriasis. Its typical onset occurs about 7 to 12 years after the initial presence of psoriasis, and the diagnosis usually is made in between about ages 30 and 55. And for this disease, men and women are typically affected equally. The current pharmacotherapies that exist for rheumatoid and psoriatic arthritis may not be effective for some patients. So symptoms of rheumatoid and psoriatic arthritis do generally respond really well to various anti-inflammatory pharmacotherapies, and these include non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, corticosteroids, and then the main pharmacotherapy for both of these diseases are disease-modifying anti-rheumatic drugs, or DMARDs, and these include things that act on tumor necrosis factor alpha in order to reduce that in these patients. Some patients don't respond to these first-line treatments. There are many reasons for that, including poor adherence to medications, inability to tolerate side effects, which can be extreme, and poor adherence to appointment attendance, among many other reasons why they may not be responding to these treatments. And so cannabinoids may be useful in the management of some of these rheumatic disorders because cannabinoids have analgesic, anti-inflammatory, and immunomodulatory effects. Little is known right now about the actual patient's perspectives regarding cannabis as a potential treatment for rheumatoid or psoriatic arthritis. And this kind of information is really critical for implementation of cannabis as a potential adjunct treatment for these patients. That brings us to our current study. So we are investigating both experiences and perceptions of patients who have rheumatoid or psoriatic arthritis regarding use of cannabis as an adjunct treatment for their pain and symptoms. We have many interview topics that we are focusing on, including living with these disorders, treatment effectiveness of traditional and alternative therapies, and alternative therapies specifically use of cannabis or perceptions about use of cannabis to treat this disorder. These findings will hopefully increase our knowledge about public perception and beliefs, patient perception and beliefs that are linked with cannabis as a treatment option for these inflammatory autoimmune conditions, among others. And it will inform our ongoing work on cannabis administration for rheumatoid and psoriatic pain and inflammation. And hopefully this will allow us to consider what are the implementation barriers for use of cannabis as an adjunct treatment, including things like stigma or access limitations and things that may differ across demographic groups. We have an emphasis on the effect of Hispanic ethnicity specifically on these healthcare experiences. Inclusion criteria for this study were fairly broad due to its qualitative nature. We required current diagnosis of rheumatoid or psoriatic arthritis. This was confirmed with the individual's healthcare provider. Patients needed to be English or Spanish speaking. We had all interviews and study measures available in both languages, so we could recruit both individuals who could speak English or Spanish, and they had to be between 18 and 65 years of age. Our projected sample size is approximately 30 to 50 interviews, and this depends on when we reach saturation or when we've basically no longer been getting new information from the interviews. Currently, we have completed 28 interviews as of this week. So for our current patients with our N of 28, mean age is approximately 44 years, and patients report a pain level of about 5 out of 10 on a daily basis. The majority of our patients are female. Nearly a third of our patients endorse Hispanic ethnicity. About 80% of patients have rheumatoid arthritis, about 20% have psoriatic arthritis. And we have a good amount of patients that have tried cannabis in their lifetime, and a little bit over 30% of our patients have used in the past 30 days, often to treat their rheumatic condition. This study includes remote completion of informed consent and a survey through Qualtrics. And as I said, we do confirm diagnosis by the primary treating rheumatologist. We conducted individual semi-structured interviews that were approximately 60 minutes in length through Zoom, and these were audio recorded. Debrief summaries were conducted upon completion, and these interviews followed 6 topic areas. So any previous cannabis use behavior, self-perception of diagnosis, use of DMARDs and more traditional pharmacotherapies, use of alternative medications and treatment options, the impact of the relationship between the patient and their various healthcare providers. And then we focus on possible barriers to obtaining access to healthcare alternative therapies or traditional therapies. Our qualitative data analysis is ongoing. So we are currently transcribing interviews verbatim for subsequent analysis, and we are translating them into English when warranted. We developed a coding structure from our semi-structured agenda, and all transcripts are being coded by 2 separate coders. And we've been doing weekly meetings to bring all codes to concordance. So if we disagree on anything, we discuss it until we come to an agreement. These codes will be entered into in vivo qualitative analysis software for applied thematic analysis, and then we will select illustrative quotes to reflect each theme. From our initial analysis of these interviews, 4 core themes really emerged from this data. And these include interest in cannabis as a potential adjunct treatment for these rheumatic diseases, difficulty implementing use due to barriers, apprehension regarding use for various reasons, and stigma that may be experienced by these patients from different individuals. I'll start with our first theme, interest in cannabis, and I want to read to you some of these quotes from participants that are really compelling. Participant 447898 stated, "Even if I had a very good friend that was completely against it, that wouldn't stop me because it's my life, my pain, my journey." Another participant commented, "I would be interested to see if cannabis improves my quality of life, my routine, my daily life, to see if there's any improvement compared to where I am now." A third participant stated, "I can tell a difference because a single gummy made me feel relaxed and painless within 1 day, quite different from having medication for a long time and still feeling pain." So we see a lot of interest or individuals who have already tried cannabis for their condition here. And we really, when speaking to these participants, noted that there was hope that perhaps they could add this as an adjunct to reduce some of their pain. Our second theme was difficulty implementing use of cannabis as a pharmacotherapy due to various barriers. So participants said, "Those are medications that you have to buy. I don't have the money. Those things are very expensive." And I want to note that unfortunately, cannabis is something that patients have to purchase out of pocket. Currently, it's not something covered by their health insurance, and it can be extremely expensive compared to their other pharmacotherapies that are covered. Another individual said, "I ate one, my body was relaxed, I did feel painless, it helped me, but I always have that fear because of the precautions. I'm afraid because of the medications I take. It's the combination. So we see some patients being concerned that maybe mixing cannabis with their traditional medications could have some negative effect. Another participant said, I think I would use it if it were a moisturizer, if it were a liquid that you drank, but not to smoke it. And we did hear this from a lot of participants. So the formulation appears to be extremely important to them. They're way more comfortable using something like a drink or an edible. They do not want to smoke. Most of them don't want to vaporize like hash oil or things like that. So that came out a lot, and that's something really important for us to consider as we're starting clinical trials and looking at this. Our third theme is various kinds of apprehension regarding cannabis use. So one individual stated, I think I would keep it quiet because I'd be afraid about being judged. I would be selective about who I told. Another individual said, I was in terrible pain for 2 years, but I didn't use marijuana. I didn't have access. Maybe if I would have, I would use, but I'm not sure because also I have a fear of getting addicted to something. So we see here that there may be a little bit less knowledge about cannabis compared to some other drugs. It really has been criminalized for many, many years, and we're really seeing that reflected among a lot of patients. In my opinion, it is bad because they say marijuana helps, but the effect ends and you're in pain again. It ends up being like a medication, so I don't think it works for me. So we see some patients have this disinterest in cannabis for acute pain relief. Our last theme has to do with stigma. Our first participant said, I pushed to see a rheumatologist, and the first one I saw treated me like I was a drug seeker, even though I wasn't actually looking for pain medication. So many participants, unfortunately, did experience what they considered to be stigma directly from their healthcare provider. Another participant had their own set of stigma that they placed on this. So this participant said, I see people who smoke marijuana, they're doing bad on the streets, which I wouldn't want to use. I've seen it on the streets, people thrown, people go crazy, who are dizzy, that hurt others. So for whatever reason that this patient, they've had these experiences and they have a really negative view of cannabis, creating this inability to view it as a potential medical treatment. Our last participant noted, what has affected my condition was with my marriage. I decided to end it because I said I was going to use cannabis and he started making fun of me that I was going to become a pothead. So this individual experienced stigma from family, which we see a lot, unfortunately, across these patients. And all of this to say, I think really looking at all of these themes together, there are many barriers and there are many reasons why participants are not comfortable potentially using cannabis to treat this. They really do have varied perceptions regarding cannabis as a treatment, and there are many reasons for this. What we've seen so far, so as I said, our analyses are still ongoing, but it appears that compared to our non-minoritized participants, Hispanic participants may experience greater apprehension in using cannabis due to this increased experience of stigma, fear of legal consequences, and specific cultural norms around cannabis use that are pervasive in those particular communities. Willingness to try cannabis appears to be endorsed more by patients that are reporting greater pain and inflammation. So these patients are the ones who are not having success in their traditional medications. And basically what we hear is that they're willing to try anything. They really would rather not try opiates, so they're looking for some kind of harm reduction alternative. What we find from this is that implementation efforts for use of cannabis as an adjunct therapy should really be targeted towards patient-provider education in medical cannabis, reducing stigma, reduction of these implementation barriers that I discussed, like access limitations, and we need to have a focus on cultural differences that impact use decisions. RCTs looking at cannabis's effectiveness in decreasing these symptoms from autoimmune rheumatic diseases is greatly needed. Luckily, we have an ongoing clinical trial to look at just this question. So this trial has two main aims. Does cannabis acutely reduce pain relative to placebo among individuals who have rheumatoid or psoriatic arthritis? And we hypothesize that cannabis will dose-dependently decrease subjective pain, and that blood THC and CBD levels will be negatively correlated with subjective pain. Our second question is, does cannabis acutely reduce inflammatory biomarkers relative to placebo? And our hypothesis is that cannabis will decrease inflammatory biomarkers, and that these levels will be correlated, positively correlated with pain and negatively correlated with blood THC and CBD levels. And with that, I would like to say thank you. It's taken a lot of staff and mentorship in order to run this study and our ongoing clinical trial. Specifically, Alex and Haley are my research staff. I would like to thank my mentorship team and the lead cadre investigators that are here today. My financial support comes from NIGMS, the COPRI. And I'll take any questions.
Questions from the audience? Back there. Anything
Very nice talk.
Thank you.
Did you find that smoking was preferable to other routes of administration?
So no, that was actually the least preferred route of administration, and patients thought that that would, I mean, they already have this autoimmune condition and often other health issues. They didn't want to exacerbate their lungs by inhaling a combustible product, so they much preferred edibles, tinctures, lotions, things like that, than smoking, which honestly is probably a better route for these patients.
In my distant past experience, I had a number of patients that said smoking was much better than the pills.
Much better.
Yeah.
And the reason for that is probably the onset of action is much faster, right, than an edible that can take hours to even start working. There are other alternatives like vaping the actual flower. So you don't have to vape hash oil, you can vape the flower, so then you're not inhaling something combustible, which is what we're doing in our ongoing clinical trial. So there's definitely other things that have a faster onset, but you're right. I think that is probably why it might be preferred by certain people. Hi.
Thanks for a great talk. I have two questions. One, I apologize if you said this, but I'm wondering if you can tell us about prior literature on the effects of cannabis on inflammatory cytokines, number one. And number two, if you can tell us anything about the landscape in Rhode Island about the provision of pain medicine and alternate, you mentioned in your first slide that medications aren't the first round, they're evidence-based approaches. What does that look like in Rhode Island?
Definitely, thank you. So there has been limited to no work looking at, in humans, looking at cannabis and its effect on these inflammatory cytokines. There are preclinical studies in rodent models where many different cannabinoids do appear to decrease these levels of inflammatory cytokines. The ones that I selected for the clinical trial tend to be higher in rheumatoid and psoriatic arthritis patients. But honestly, we don't know yet. So we're really hoping to get patients in the study. On that note, please let any patients that you know that have rheumatoid or psoriatic arthritis, please let them know about the study because we'd love to get them in the trial. And then I think your second question was about the landscape in Rhode Island surrounding pain medications in general. So yeah, as we all know, there's been an opioid epidemic, particularly here and in areas of New England, and it's really become, difficult for these patients to obtain stronger medications like that when they're experiencing, treatment resistance to their DMARDs or having really severe flare-ups. And they really don't want to use those drugs anymore. From what I'm hearing from participants, they want a harm reduction approach. So in Rhode Island, cannabis is decriminalized and it is legal for medical purposes, not rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis specifically, but it would be considered a chronic pain condition. So these individuals could get a medical card or pop right over to Massachusetts and go to the dispensary. So fairly easy to obtain cannabis. And just the other day, it was legalized in Rhode Island. So I think we haven't seen changes there yet, but I think all of that is going to kind of, pervade into the community and hopefully change some of these more negative perceptions about its use medically. Thank you for those questions. Great questions.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I want to thank all the speakers for this morning's session, and we're going to break now and reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Thank you for coming back, and it's good to be back here and after 3 years of COVID, and so it's good to see everybody here. So I'd like to introduce the first speaker in the afternoon, Dr. David Barker. He's a licensed clinical psychologist and had a PhD in pediatric health psychology from the University of Miami in 2010. And then he completed intern and postdoctoral fellowship at Brown University. And he is the investigator of Cobra Center's Sleep Circadian Rhythms in Child and Adolescent Mental Health. It's a long name. And I believe this is one of the latest Cobra that we have in the state of Rhode Island, and led by Dr. Karskaden at Bradley Hospital. So Dr. Barker is going to talk about circadian influence on food intake among adolescents with overweight and healthy weight.
Good afternoon. It's so great to be here with everybody. And thank you for the nice introduction. This is a little bit, I think, a different talk in that, so I'm the director of the Sleep and Circadian Methods Core because we are quite new to this game. And in trying to decide what to present, we wanted to present something, Dr. Karskaden and I wanted to present something that highlights some of the amazing methods that might be available through our new center, and I think this project will highlight some of that for you. We have growing evidence that the timing of food intake influences weight gain, and weight loss, with calories consumed later in the waking day being associated with weight class of obesity and overweight and obesity, and also that consuming calories later in the day has also been linked with better weight loss and more weight gain in clinical trials. What we don't know quite, and still being an active body of research looking at why timing is important. And we're going to be focusing on looking at the influence of circadian rhythms as a mechanism that might be linked to the timing of food intake. And our work is in adolescence, and which is a time of vulnerability for weight gain. To better understand what we're talking about when we talk about circadian rhythms, I'd like to walk you through the two-process model of sleep. And this process, we have process S, or sleep pressure, the homeostatic process, which is that top blue line that you are seeing. And once we wake up, the longer we stay awake, the more sleep pressure builds. The more tired we become, the more likely it is that we might fall asleep. And then when we do fall asleep, that sleep pressure dissipates over the course of the sleep episode, as you can see on the tail end of that curve. That sleep process, that process S, is one of the two components. The other component is process C, or the circadian component, which is an alerting signal. And this one is tied to our biological clocks that are generally about 24 hours. Each of us, they're slightly different for each of us. And it's governed by the master clock that we have in our brain that governs many various processes within our bodies. The circadian process or alerting signal can help sustain our wakefulness later in the day as the sleep pressure is building so that we can stay awake longer. It also helps sustain our sleep in the morning as that sleep pressure is dissipating. Give me 1 second here. Okay. And these two processes work together to govern our sleep and wake cycles. There are a number of markers that we use to look at sleep and circadian, or to look at the circadian signal. One of them, which I put up here, and is one that we use extensively in our lab, is the melatonin signal, which melatonin is basically flat throughout the day. Melatonin secretion is flat throughout the day and then begins to rise in the evening. And we use the dim light melatonin onset. So this is from saliva that is collected under dim light settings, because we know melatonin is influenced by the light that hits the retina, and so we want it in dim light settings. And as that signal rises, that is our initial circadian phase. It's the opening of a sleep gate, which makes it easier for us to fall asleep. And we will be using this marker of DILMO throughout this talk. The other thing to note is that for most of us in our day-to-day lives, our circadian clocks, even though we have different clocks and different periods of our clocks, so one circadian cycle is slightly different for all of us, we live in a world that has a 24-hour cycle. And for various cues, most important being light, our clocks get entrained to 24 hours. So it becomes a little bit difficult to separate what's truly a circadian signal from what is just our time awake signal. These things are, if we're looking at eating, if we just observed somebody's eating behaviors, it would be difficult for us to tease these two apart. And so we need special methods to be able to do that. One of the methods, this one did not advance. One of the methods that we use is called a forced asynchrony protocol. And what we do is we take participants and we put them on a 28-hour day instead of a 24-hour day. What this enables us to do is we can observe their behavior from the time that they wake up, as well as at each circadian phase across their biological circadian rhythm. And so you see the yellow bars here are the times when they're awake, and we have assessments that go throughout that day. So over the course of the protocol, which is 7 FD days, we are able to see the behavior at various times awake and at various circadian phases, which enables us to begin to separate the circadian influence from the time awake influence. The other thing that we can get from this type of a protocol is an estimate of their free running period, because we are able to look at, this is in a dim light setting, so this is at the Bradley Sleep Lab. It's in the basement in a dim light environment, and we're able to remove some of those markers that tend to entrain our circadian system to 24 hours. And so we are able to now observe what somebody's circadian clock is actually, its free running circadian period. And we estimate that, again, by that dim light melatonin onset. We get that assessed at each of the FD days, and we can regress a line through that. In this image, if that line was vertical, they would have a 24-hour period. If the line kind of swung to the right, it would be a little bit longer of a period. If it swung to the left, it would be a little bit less of a period. So we can get their individual period length. We are then able to take that individual period length and assign a circadian phase to each of the observations that we have, so that we have their unique circadian phase when that happened in each individual's unique circadian phase. We also, before they come into the lab, our participants are put onto a fixed schedule, which we evaluate through actigraphy. We give them eye shades to help them stay in a dim light, like a dark out setting at nighttime. And they also call in to kind of check to make sure they're adhering to the protocol. Now, within all those yellow bars, this is a pretty intensive protocol. It requires quite a lot of effort and support around the clock to run these protocols. I want to highlight a couple of things. One is just we have 6 meals that these participants would eat. They would order their meal about an hour before they'd eat it. Our research team would then prepare the food, deliver it to them, and even though the protocol during the day, the adolescents are in a kind of family style environment where they're doing various activities and crafts, as well as some of the science components and the assessments, their meals they ate individually so that we kind of remove the social influences on their eating. The meals were weighed before they ate, and then we weighed them after. And to give you a sense of what was on the menu, I don't expect you to read or be able to see it all, but we had quite a list of options here. Some things we had to limit, like the Pop-Tarts and the ice creams and the mac and cheese, because those tended to be very popular, and so they could select one per day of some of those options. And sometimes you could only order one entree, for example, per meal. Yet there was quite of a variety of food. And what we wanted to then do is look at all of the assessments since these six meals from the time that they woke up. We wanted to look at their caloric intake, and we also wanted to look at the circadian timing of these meals. Like I had mentioned before, we used circadian period, was a regression through all the dim light melatonin onsets, and we were able to assign the circadian phase of each meal based off of that individual period for each participant. We had the pre and post weights for our food intake, and because the foods were separated, we were able to get a nutrient analysis. I'm just going to be presenting on the total caloric intake, but we do have other nutrient data that we could investigate in the future. For our outcome, we used the percent of daily calories consumed at each meal. And this helps us to kind of standardize the fact that each participant ate more or less calories in a given day, or more or less calories between subject differences in how much they ate. We then used linear mixed effects models for our hours awake model tests. And for circadian phase, we use a multi-level cosiner model that essentially fits a cosine curve to the data. And we included time awake as a categorical covariate for the circadian phase analyses. Here are the basic demographics of the participants, and we classified them as healthy and overweight and obese, following CDC guidelines for BMI. And we see that in the top are the basic demographics. We don't see any statistically significant differences between the two groups. In the middle, we have their energy requirements and the number of calories they consumed in a 28-hour period. And we do see, as expected, marked differences between these groups. And at the bottom, we have a number of ways of estimating their circadian timing system. So we have the period length. There was no difference in their period length between these two groups. There was no difference in their phase, which might have been because we had them on a fixed schedule before the study. And we also have the area under the curve, the melatonin curve. There was one of the FD days that we were able to observe the full melatonin curve because they were awake during their circadian night. Then there was no difference in that curve, suggesting that there weren't really that many differences in the circadian timing system itself. When we look at time awake, we see here the healthy is in green, and then the overweight and obese group is in red. And we see that they eat a higher percentage of their calories later in the day. Both groups ate most of their calories in the morning, with the overweight and obese group eating fewer in the morning and more in the last 2 meals of the day. And these are point estimates and 95% confidence intervals that you're looking at. When we talk about our circadian timing, I'm going to just take a moment to look at how we break this down. We have a cosine curve, and with that we have the mesor, which is basically the average. We have the amplitude, which is from the mesor to the peak, and then we have the acrophase, which is the timing of the peak. And so you have both of these figures show the same data. They present it in slightly different ways. The circle plot shows the amplitude as the distance to the point estimate, and the acrophase being the rotation of that vector. And we see that overall, we have a circadian influence over all groups. When we look at overweight and obese, we see a difference both in terms of circadian timing, with the overweight group being later circadian phase, and in the amplitude, with the amplitude being lower in the overweight and obese group. The plot on the bottom is we actually did a binning so that it's a slightly different procedure, so that we can kind of do a sensitivity analysis where we bin our assessments into six bins. And we can see this similar pattern. We then also wanted to just break down the obesity and overweight group into overweight and obese, and we see that the pattern holds and is more exacerbated for the obese group versus the overweight and healthy weight groups. And what we've been able to show is that this is documented as circadian influence on caloric intake, which is, to our knowledge, the first time that has been documented in humans. And we are also showing that the higher consumption later in wake episode and higher consumption at a later circadian phase. I'd like to thank all of those that were involved in this. This is a very intensive work, and I couldn't name everybody because we have quite a few research assistants and Dement fellows that have contributed to this type of work over the years, and there would be take a couple slides to do it actually. So I'd like to thank everybody that's involved in this, as well as the participants and their families. Thank you.
Questions and comments from Dr. Pollock?
So we read a lot about the evil influences of blue light on adolescents late at night. When you had them in dim light, what kind of light was it? And did you restrict the use of screens?
So what's great about having them down in the bottom of the sleep lab is we have a lot of control over the environment. So the lights are actually, we can have a lot of control over the type of light, both the hue of the light and the brightness of the light, so that we can control that in the entire area. They were allowed to watch movies, but we had screens over the TVs to keep that light dim and appropriate hue. And so we did have a lot of control of that. No, that they did not have the ability to use their own devices during the protocol. We did have other activities for them, and it's a lot of fun to watch these protocols work as they work together, and they have the RAs and they work together with the RAs, and throughout the protocol it's really a neat experience to see. But they didn't have their devices with them.
Any questions?
What do you think can you talk about what you think the implications for treatment might be, or for working with?
That's a very good question. I've been working on that and thinking about that myself. I'm more from the clinical side of the science. I think one of the major implications is it implicates the circadian timing system, which is a distinct system biologically from the system that's governing the homeostatic or the process S. And so I do think it points us to possible directions moving forward. I don't think we quite know what those are. And like I said, I just came back from the sleep conference, and there's a fair amount of work being done to try to understand these connections. This is an illustration of and a real solid test that the circadian system is implicated. And so we need to be looking at that. Other than that, eating earlier is better. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, we could have also gotten that from the previous work, but this I think points to those mechanisms.
Thank you. I think I forgot to tell you who I am. My name is Bong-Sup Cho. I'm a URI College of Pharmacy professor, and I run Rhode Island InBray with Dr. Brett Pollock, who's right here. I'd like to introduce next speaker, Dr. Hongwei Yao. He's an associate professor of research in MCB department of Brown University, and he's a project leader of the COBRA, Cardiopulmonary Vascular Biology, CPVB, and I think that this COBRA is in phase 2, correct? Right. So Dr. Yao will talk about metabolic reprogramming during hyperoxide lung injury and repair in neonate. There you go.
So thank you for introduction. So yes, my research focused on the bronchopulmonary dysplasia (BPD). So BPD is the chronic lung disease in premature infants. So about 10% of the babies are born in premature in the USA. So there are around 10,000 to 15,000 babies born in the USA developing BPD each year. So ventilatory support, such as oxygen supplementation, used to save these premature infants, impair the growth of the pulmonary distal alveoli. So although the current therapies have improved the survival of the premature infants, so they have minimally reduced BPD prevalence and associated lung injury. So this is the urgent to develop a new therapy for this disease. So the lung pathology of the BPD is characterized by the alveolar and vascular simplification. So another feature of the lung pathology is a dysmorphic vascular development. So this is the first paper published by the molecular debate, so who is in the work in the woman infants. So what she did, she used the control and ventilated the premature infants and did the staining of the CD31 of the endothelial cells marker. So they found the more of the endothelial cells, more vessels localized in the lung interstitium. So this is associated of the increased abnormal lung endothelial cell proliferation. So I'm interested with the endothelial cell because the endothelial cell dysfunction can cause the alveolar simplification seen in the BPD patients. So as we know, the endothelial cells are glycolytic, so and generate more than 80% of ATP through this pathway. So this is a schematic figure to show the metabolism. So once the glucose, you can see the left side, once the glucose enters the cells, they can, go through the 10 steps to generate the pyruvate and lactate. The pyruvate, of course, can go to the mitochondria for the oxphos, but at the same time, the G6P, glucose 6-phosphate, can shunt into the pentophosphate pathway, PP pathway, to generate the NADPH through the G6PD or PGD. Of course, this PP pathway can go back to the glucolysis to generate lactate. Okay, but another branch of the PP pathway can generate the nucleotide for the cell proliferation. So that's a first paper published in the Blue Journal. They found the mitochondrial disparation, was reduced in the Hoovic cells, not in the lung endothelial cells. The Hoovic cells obtained from the infant who developed the BPD compared to the control infants. So this is correlated with the risk of the BPD. So however, there's no study showing whether the metabolism is changed is the non-endogenous cells of BPD. And also it's not clear whether this causes non-endogenous cell dysfunction or end to the non-morphological change in this. So here we hypothesize that the hypereduction causes endogenous cell metabolic reprogramming leading to cell dysfunction and non-injury in neonates. So here I will discuss two points. One is ask the question whether hypereduction change the metabolism in the non-endogenous cells. If it changed, what the consequence to the cell function and the non-injury? So first we expose the primary non-endogenous cells isolated from the neonatal mouse to hypereduction and for 24 hours, following by another 24 hours. Why we did the air recovery? Because the air recovery after the hypereduction can mimic the clinical scenarios. So where the infants are weaned off oxygen to test whether it's persistent effect. So first we use the seahorse analysis. We found hyperexposure can significantly reduce oxygen consumption rate. As we know, the mitochondria can utilize the different substrates such as fatty acid, glucose, or glutamine, or the fat or glutamine, yes. Then we determine the mitochondrial utilization of the different of the substrate. We found hypereduction specifically reduce the fatty acid oxidation. Then we determine the CPT1A level. What is the CPT? CPT is the rate limit enzyme in the carnitine shuttle, okay? So which can transport the long-chain fatty acid into the mitochondria for beta oxidation. So when we use the Western blot and the PCR to measure the CPT1 and its isoform CPT1 A, B, C, we found the hypereduction specifically reduce the CPT1A levels. So that's probably the reason to cause reduction of the fatty acid oxidation. Then we want to screen what happened to the glucolysis. So we did the seahorse, then we did the metabolic flux assay, then we also did the metabolomics assay. We found, combine this result together, we found the hyperexposure can increase the glucolytic flux assay in cultured non-endogenous cells. So same time, we also measured the PPP pathway, pentophase pathway, use the metabolic flux assay. We found hyperexposure can increase PPP in the cultured non-endogenous cells. So which is associated with the increase of the PGD, the second enzyme of the PPP pathway, as I mentioned earlier. Then we want to interpolate of the in vitro data to the in vivo model. Okay, so then therefore we export the newborn mouse to hypereduction for 3 days and didn't recover until the PND14. Then we did the metabolomics assay again, and we found hyperexposure can increase the metabolite level in the PPP and the glucolysis pathway. So again, this is associated with the increase of the PGD. Okay, that's summary one. The hyperexposure exposure reduces the mitochondrial respiration, particularly in the fatty oxidation. This is associated with the reduced CPT1A. And also hyperexposure also increases the glucolysis and the PPP pathway. Then the second question, what's the consequence to the cell function and the non-injury? The first, the cell function I measured in the apoptosis because, as we know, the hyperexposure can cause apoptosis in non-endogenous cells. So therefore, we did the tunnel staining in the mouse, which was exposed to hyperexposure as neonates. Okay. So then we treat with L-carnitine, manipulate the fatty acid, use L-carnitine. L-carnitine basically is the substrate of the CPT1, of the CPD. But L-carnitine also can increase the gene expression of the CPT1 and the enzymatic activity. So you can see here, this is the culture cell model. We found when we treat with LCT, L-carnitine can significantly increase the CPT1A level. Then we found here, did tunnel staining here, we found the hyperexposure increase apoptosis in the non-endogenous cells, which was reduced by the L-carnitine treatment. Then we want to ask what the consequence to the lung injury. So first of all, we want to see what the role of the CPT1A in the hyperexposure lung injury. So first we generate the endogenous cell specific CPT1 knockout mouse using the Cre and the Pollock system. So then we expose the mouse to the hyperexposure for 3 days and then recovery for until PND 14. As we shown here, we did the HE staining, we found the hypertrophic exposure increase the line injury as shown. You can see the increase the mean intercept and reduce the radial alveolar count. So those effects was aggravated in the CPT1A lockout mouse. So similarly, we also found CPT1A lockout mouse has less of the vessel number based on the VWF staining. So all those data suggest the endothelial cells, endothelial specific knockout mouse are susceptible to developing hypertrophic-induced line injury. Then we treat, with L-carnitine as I mentioned earlier. So this HE staining here, as expected, hypertrophic in the vehicle group, hypertrophic cause alveolar simplification, as indicated by the increased mean intercept and the reduced alveolar count. So which was reduced by the L-carnitine in a dose-dependent manner. So similarly, when we treated with L-carnitine and restored the number of the vessels of the mouse, included hypertrophic as a neonates. So this is corroborated by the clinical trial. So that shows the carnitine supplementation in the premature infant with BPD can decrease the duration of the mechanical ventilation and the surfactant requirement. So this is summary 2. So CPT1A and fatty acid can contribute to the apoptosis in the hypertrophic-induced line injury, and these lockout mouse are susceptible, and when we treat with the L-carnitine can protect against the line injury. So therefore, we conclude hypertrophic exposure can reduce fatty oxidation due to the apoptosis. Due to the time limitation, I didn't show here, but I have the data published here. Hypertrophic exposure also can cause abnormal proliferation due to the increased PP pathway. And also we found hypertrophic exposure increase but not sufficient glucolysis, reduce the ATP, can reduce the migration. All these processes can lead into the alveolar and vascular solidification and the dysmorphic vascular development. When we treat with L-carnitine or the PP pathway inhibitor can protect against this injury. So here I thank to the COBRI, CPVB COBRI, and the mentor and their members and the collaborators. And specifically, I thank to the grant for support. Without this grant support, I don't have any of the achievement. So thank you. Yeah.
Questions for Dr. Young?
I keep asking questions. Can you comment on the dietary implications of this for infants? Should formulas, for example, be supplemented with L-carnitine?
Yeah, so that's the L-carnitine, yes, that's one clinical trial to show, as I mentioned earlier, you can reduce the duration of the mechanical ventilation. But for us, this of the basic science result probably can give the speculation of the which cells is effective. So probably we can target the cell specific delivery, to manipulate the fatty oxidation through the dietary or nutrition can beneficial to the BPD, those line injury.
Yeah. Do these things hold in adults with acute lung injury?
I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah. Because I think probably the different, because we didn't use the adult, but we use a cell specific, such as the epithelial cell. When we expose the hypertrophy, we didn't see any change of the fatty oxidation. So, we don't know for the adult, disease or acute line injury. Yeah.
Any additional questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
We're a bit early, but I think we can just go ahead and do it.
We have 5 more minutes, right?
Yeah, that's right. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Neil Sarkar. He wears a number of different hats, I noticed. He's an associate professor of medical science, health services policy and practice, and he co-leads the the biomedical informatics in the advanced CTR. And then he's the president and CEO of Rhode Island Quality Institute. You've been busy. He's going to talk about this interesting topic. I noticed that your title has changed a little bit, so I got to take a look at understanding the impact of COVID-19 in underserved populations in Rhode Island.
Great, thank you. Yeah, the part that's I think changed. Oh, and these aren't going to be the same as they're up there. Okay, I'll make it work. Okay, all right. So the part that's changed here is the in Rhode Island part, I think, from the thing. And so, spoiler alert: this isn't going to be your typical scientific talk where I'm going to have results at the end. Instead, this is a presentation about how to build an infrastructure and how to build an infrastructure in a sustainable way so that we can actually not just look at analyzing and using data for the sake of science, which is what, at the end of the day, most of us are really interested in. In one of the earlier breakouts, there was a talk, we were talking about scientists, we come in, we swoop in, we do an interesting study, the grant ends, and away we go. And then we, rinse and repeat. We do that over and over again. So how do we prevent doing this? And so within the context of what's going on nationally, there's this concept that the National Academy of Medicine is pushing forward called the learning health system, which basically means that no individual should go through the healthcare system without us as a system learning from them. So for every subsequent patient who comes in with a similar condition, we should have learned from the previous patient and not make the same mistakes over and over again. Now we could go around the room and ask about, well, how many times does it actually happen right now? And we'll all have anecdotes about, well, even in our own personal cases, where the last time I told the doctor that I had this, this, and this, and they asked me, do you have this, this, and this? So we know we can do better. So there's room for improvement. And simply put, this is about providing the right information to the right person, in the right format, in the right place, and at the right time. And I've often been asked in many contexts about, so which of these do we usually get wrong in healthcare? It's that last one, which is we ask the right question at the very wrong time, which aggravates both the patient and the practitioner at that moment. So here in Rhode Island, we have something called a health information exchange, and there's about 70 or 90 of such health information exchanges across the country, regionally organized in different, focus on different populations. Rhode Island, because of the size of our population, as well as the way that our healthcare infrastructure is set up, we have one health information exchange. And that system is a system called Current Care, which is run by the Rhode Island Quality Institute. And the simplest way to think about this is the state's longitudinal medical record. So if I were to give this talk, say 4 years ago, pre-pandemic, and say, what is Current Care? Current Care as a longitudinal medical record would mean if I got my flu shot at CVS Minute Clinic, I went to my primary care doctor, had a well visit, got into a car accident, showed up at Kent Hospital, and then a few weeks later was hanging out down the southern part of the state. We don't go very far, us folks who live here, so vacationing in the south, find myself in a South County hospital. All of that information about me, the next time I go to my primary care physician, is available in one spot. And that ultimately is what we're doing, is pulling together various pieces of health data all across the state. And so when we now fast forward, so 4 years forward to now a pandemic strikes, well, how can we take this infrastructure that is primarily designed for supporting clinical care, how do we leverage that in the context of the pandemic? And so at the very beginning of the pandemic, everybody working in any part of healthcare was figuring out how do we get data to the Department of Health and whatever data we have. So for us, we said we have lots of lab data. We have, and which is on the top part here, we get labs, SARS-CoV-2 test results from the various hospitals. We also get it from the 2 largest laboratories that serve up. CVS Minute Clinic, I mentioned before, they actually aren't a lab per se, but they were doing SARS-CoV-2 testing and putting it into their electronic health record. We figured out a way to get it out of that electronic health record and basically treat it as a real-time lab feed into our systems. And actually, as of about 3 months ago, we also have vaccine data flowing in into the system. And so these types of data flow through, we push them to the Department of Health. And what was happening actually at the same time was practitioners in the community are saying, it's wonderful that you're sending all that stuff over to the Department of Health, Neil, but what about us? We're hearing about patients coming to us saying that they got tested, but we don't know what their test results are, and it's putting us in a little bit of an awkward spot. So is there anything that you can do? And so what we did was we said, well, we can take these data and actually make them available to practitioners directly. And so that's what Current Care, there's so if you have an electronic health record system that's enabled the data flow right into your chart. We also have a standalone, what's called a viewer. So if you don't have an electronic health record system that it can be interfaced with, a clinician can actually log in. And actually, interestingly enough, some of the anecdotes that we hear often are, in the same health system, it's easier sometimes to get information about your patient by logging into Current Care Viewer than it is to log into the 3 different systems in the same hospital system. You'll know which system you're at. I got the chuckles. I know exactly who you are. So that's Current Care. And then Current Care for me, this is actually another thing that we didn't even think about, was patients. What was happening was, especially in the early days, is folks were getting tested, and you get a call for contact tracing if you tested positive. So a day goes by, 2 days go by, 3 days go by, 5 days go by, and you're saying, what happened? This is that moment where you're like, well, no news is not necessarily good news or bad news. It's terrifying, especially in the early days when we didn't have things like vaccines. And so one of the things that we did was we pushed it directly into our patient portal. And so we actually are one of the few health information exchanges that has what's called a patient portal. It's a standalone portal, sort of like MyChart, but it's just for the health information exchange. So it's not assigned to a single health system. So we're able to push health data directly to a patient. So patients were able to log in, are even now able to log into Current Care for me and see their test results. The last system we have is dashboards, which is actually for panel management. So for especially in a primary care office, you want to know how many of my patients who are under my care have been tested. How many of them have tested positive? And actually, one of the unique things here is because we're getting test data from all across the state, whether you got tested at CVS Minute Clinic, whether you got tested at a state drive-through, or whether you got tested at a hospital or in a doctor's office, all of that came together, and we could actually see some interesting trends of people testing positive, then testing negative, then testing positive, and testing negative. We had to get that full history, and we would line that up with other clinical data that we were looking at monitoring. So what could we do with all this? We were really, again, focused, pivoting from mostly focusing on looking at supporting the clinical community to really supporting public health, and actually the public health aspects of managing the pandemic, and we still do to this day. And so as the CARES funds came through, one of the major ways that the Health and Human Services assigned their money was to the National Institutes of Health that created this program called RADx, which was really designed to rapidly deploy testing mechanisms. And that meant that we are developing new technology, that we are developing new technologies for testing as well as for monitoring. So a lot of the wastewater systems you see across our country, a lot of that work was actually funded through the RADx initiatives. And then sort of crazy, zany ideas, that's the RADx RAD, things that are sort of off the wall. What are the kind of interesting things that we can do in that space? And then this category here that we were successful in competing for is RADx for underserved populations, which meant we knew early days, not all of our data supported this, that there are huge disparities. We knew this before the pandemic. Our data were always suggesting, but it was glaringly obvious that there were huge disparities in populations that were being impacted by the pandemic, and actually we could see that even in testing. And so folks may not believe in testing, or maybe they're not partaking in testing because it would impact whether they could actually go to work that day. And so our project is one of 70 plus RADx up projects across the country. We're really proud about this. We were one of the very first 15. So we're amongst the original RADx up sites in the country, and really designed to get out into the community. Most of the RADx up programs are focused on actually getting testing out. And this is, we scratched our heads here saying, well, what could we do here in Rhode Island? Rhode Island, we pride ourselves, we're always number 1 or number 2 in terms of per capita testing. So it's not about getting testing out. for us, it was about understanding what tests, what it meant for folks to get tested, and then what it meant that people, how people were interpreting test results, what they were doing with test results, and how we as a community were making advancements through collaboration. And so the Radix Up program has a number of facets where it's looking at understanding the pandemic, looking at differences and the like. And so for us, we partnered with the largest community health centers in the state that have significant populations of Hispanic Latinx individuals, as well as free clinics. Shown there on the left is a graphic of the testing prevalence that we can monitor in close to real time. And the thing that we did unique when looking at Hispanic Latinx communities was engage a community organization. So we partnered with Progreso Latino to actually employ community health workers to say, how can you tell us about what testing means to you, and how we can help you as a community address your questions or concerns about testing. The program has since expanded to include not just about testing, but about vaccination. So what does vaccination mean for you, and what are some of the challenges that you're facing? And then we've also expanded the program to include high-risk and special need children, looking at both testing and vaccine hesitancy. We're doing that in collaboration with the Rhode Island Parent Information Network. So what's really important about these programs, as I get to my conclusion, is that these are community-led initiatives, in that we are talking about a program that is run by federal funding, but really supporting the community, and the community supporting us in understanding what it is that's going on in the community with regards to testing and vaccination, and really serve as that community bridge. Most of us who do research from an academic perspective will write papers or write more grants and the like. We'll talk about the community, but actually to be community engaged, as wonderful as a speaker some of us might be, we're not the best advocates for our work and actually making it relatable and understandable. And that's where community health workers really come into play. And both at Progressive Latino and at Ripon, there are employed community health workers who actually work side by side with the community. Very briefly, the way we do this is we do this through focus groups. We have a formal structure behind those focus groups that helps us understand in a formal way what are the barriers that we might seek to address. This is a series of the kinds of questions that we're currently asking. So what are your feelings about testing? What are your feelings about vaccination? And then in general, what are your sentiments about the pandemic? And are there things that we can do to help you as a community member understand what it means to be vaccinated? And if you're eligible, are you getting vaccinated? If you're not getting vaccinated, help us understand that as well. And what's going on behind the scenes is that we're mapping that qualitative data with that quantitative data that I was talking about before, which was really talking about the clinical data as we have it from the Health Information Exchange. So that's what we're seeing in healthcare. And then the qualitative data is what's actually going on out in the community. So what are people talking about? And can we actually get those two pieces to line up? And that's actually where we're at right now. It's actually really interesting because some of the perceptions that we have when we're looking at the data don't always quite match up with what folks are talking about. I'll share with you, we just did a focus group earlier this week with a group of parents talking about their children and access to vaccination. And you look at the data, and the data suggests that these populations are not getting vaccinated at a high enough rate. And we make these assumptions, and the data would suggest, based on everything else that we know, that, well, it must be because there's a barrier to get vaccination, or there's vaccine hesitancy, or there's these other things that we think are sort of standard reasons for why individuals are choosing not to get vaccinated or get their children vaccinated who may be at high risk. Well, it turns out that in some of these, and this is actually, we've only done 3 of these focus groups so far, but a theme that's starting to come through is that it's that these families have been so badly treated by the healthcare system as a whole that they just don't want to have anything to do with it anymore. So the testing, taking a child who has intellectual disabilities to get tested was such an ordeal that now you want me to take my child and get them vaccinated in that same clinic? You've got to be joking. I'm not going to do that. That's going to put my child in far more stressful way. I'll just wait until my doctor's office has time, who understands my child's needs. And what we're seeing is actually this backlog in some of these communities. And some of these stories really are heartbreaking. And we have similar ones in the Hispanic and Latinx communities. And so that's what's really important, is that we take the qualitative data and we say, well, what's actually going on? And can we add some credibility to what we're seeing from the quantitative side? And on the flip side, the quantitative data may suggest some things that the qualitative data actually start to refute in some way. So I'm just the spokesperson for this project. This is truly a project that is led by a village, not just run by a village, but it's led by a very large multidisciplinary team. If I were to put in all the actual team members who are working on this project, the slide would get too small. But I will acknowledge that Advanced CTR and the National Institutes that has made this work possible. I think I have a few minutes for questions. All right.
Questions for Dr. Saka? I have one. So it sounds like in COVID area, it's more organized and more efficiency. But let me tell you something simple. Urine test, blood test. I go to South County lab to do stuff, right? And then they told me my primary does not have a connection. So it's gonna take a while for them to send that stuff. So that's a simple thing to do, right? We don't even have the efficiency in that basic thing. What do you think about that?
Yeah, and that's actually one of the things that, so again, 4 years ago, if I were to be here talking about the Rhode Island Quality Institute, I'd be talking about all these challenges. That there are places that we do this really well, where we have the connections. Thanks to the pandemic, we said we need to do this for public health. And so these connections need to be made in a way that they can support public health needs. But also what we're doing is this infrastructure that we've built, we're looking to see if we can actually make sure that scales and identify those areas where we have data gaps and make sure we start to fill them. So that if someone gets some work done in South County, which we are connected to, but they go to another clinical care site, why is that gap there? And so we're trying to fill in some of those things.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a graduate student from the University of Rhode Island. This is, heads up, just kind of like a terrible question because it's not really a question that's in your scope of field. It's just sort of, I volunteered a lot for like the vaccination clinics, and I also am a patient for Providence Community Health Center, and it seems like you might have a better oversight of who I could possibly go to ask about this. So when I was on the vaccination clinics, we'd often get assigned for a team and show up, and we'd be working with a population where, oh my God, did we need a translator? And it was heartbreaking because we'd be talking with people, we'd have 30 seconds, we'd often hear a lot of conspiracy theories. There was a huge language barrier, and the team from the vaccination, there's no one there that can translate. An organization might have brought us in, but the organizations, they're underfunded, they're overwhelmed, they brought it in, but they're not seeing what's happening. So we've got all the vaccines there, and we're sitting there for hours trying to convince people to get vaccinated or trying to talk, and it's just collapsing in front of us for these social and cultural and language barriers. And then a couple of days ago, I was at Providence Community Health Clinic, and I started talking about COVID vaccines with the emergency doctor there, and she asked, "Are you vaccinated?" And I said, "Yes, triple vaccinated, waiting on number 4." And we just had a sort of brief discussion about, she asks this question at patient intake, huge amount of information pours out, but she has a really limited amount of time and she can't unpack it. And then I got this email from the Rhode Island Medical Reserve Corps saying that the state is stopping the community clinics. They're stopping this community vaccination things. They're stopping all of it. And I feel like, sort of as an on-the-ground volunteer, I'm not sure who to talk to at this point in the state about maybe why those vaccination rates are plummeting at these community outreach things, maybe why sort of sending someone in on a 15-minute visit with their primary care doctor, that's not going to be the thing. But it just doesn't seem like there's anyone that the volunteers on the ground can go to talk about it.
Yeah, so, you know, I think you're getting at something that was there long before the pandemic, which was these disparities were there. Some of the things that we learned early on, and this was, you know, I run our state's health information exchange. And I was talking about our community portal, but one of the things that we learned really early on was our community portal, our patient-facing portal, is only available in English. So we invested some money into translating it into Spanish and Portuguese, not the medical part, but just the navigation part, and that was huge for the community. And that actually, those are the kinds of things that we learned from some of the focus groups, which, you know, it shouldn't take a formal focus group and this, that, or the other to learn that, but you go, I get it now, right? And what you're getting at are, it's easy for us to look at these very complex things and say, well, but what it does do, I think, is underscore the complexity with how we address public health. And public health challenges, whether they be big or small, are extremely challenging and have always been challenging. And public health has never been, quote unquote, in the limelight for a lot of investments. And what we saw, I mean, there's a lot of, we joke about some of the infrastructure. I put up these pretty diagrams of the data flowing through from the labs and into various services. But a lot of the stuff that we had to stand up was stood up, for lack of a better way of describing it, with bubble gum, duct tape, and popsicle sticks. And now we have to figure out how do we sustain that going forward. You raised some really important points. I obviously am not in a position to answer those questions. But I do think that it does underscore, yeah.
Is anyone aware what's happening on the ground?
Yeah, and that's some of what we're hoping. So from these, I mean, it's the interesting thing about qualitative research is that it's about story collecting and collecting stories and making sure that it's not just one loud participant saying something once, but something that we see over and over again. So one of the things that we've done a lot of work with, especially with both community organizations, is educating community health workers as to how we do science. And so I actually have a little tutorial that I give to the community health workers about, here's the scientific method, and here's why we ask the same questions 6 times in 6 different sessions, and so that we can actually gather the data so we can actually build the evidence going forward. And that's the part that we really have a missed opportunity for us in science is engaging with the community and understanding that the community, they just want help. But in order for us to practically help them, we have to gather data in a rigorous and scientific way, and not just this loud person or that loud person. It's actually something that is consistent and regular. And so we are collecting stories from our various qualitative results. And like I said, I don't have results today, but we are collating. If you've ever done qualitative work, it's a lot of work to collate, code, standardize, and find what these patterns are. But stay tuned. By summer's end and going into next year, we'll be putting out some stories that are actually very similar to what you've laid out. And hopefully, I can't promise it'll make a difference, but maybe it'll be a start. So thank you so much for those questions.
Thank you for doing it.
So we may have one quick question. Yes.
Neil, can this structure that you've built be used for the next pandemic? Because we know it's coming.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we emphasized. And so we were slow going because we were building infrastructure, quote unquote, the right way, meaning that it's built so that we can sustain it. The community linkages that we have are permanent. The data structures that we've built are built into our core clinical and public health infrastructure. And a pandemic isn't the only reason that you'd want to study these things. There's many pandemics that don't have to be an infectious disease. Yeah. Cardiovascular disease is a great example of where we see lots of challenges that are just there. And so if you had a mechanism to look at things at a population level, can you do that? And so that's actually some of what we're looking at going forward. And we're obviously in lots of conversations with the Department of Health here locally, as well as the CDC and the Office of the National Coordinator nationally about how do we actually look at the infrastructure nationally. At the national level, CDC is pushing forward what they call a North Star initiative and data modernization initiatives, which is looking at organizations like ours at the Health Information Exchange, and how do we take that and actually make sure that when the next pandemic strikes, but I also say is that for the current public health crises that we have right now that may not be infectious disease, how can we leverage this infrastructure in a meaningful and practical way? So yes.
Let's give Dr. Zucker a big hand.
So over the years, the state of Rhode Island has been very warmly and heavily supported by our congressional delegation, who have been strong supporters of funding for the NIH as a whole, and particularly the National Institute of General Medical Science, and we're very grateful to them. So it's my great pleasure today to introduce our senior senator from the state of Rhode Island, Jack Reed. Jack was elected to the House of Representatives in 1990 and to the Senate in 1996. He plays important leadership roles in the Senate and has been a very strong supporter of IDeA programs. And thank you so much for coming and joining us today.
Thank you very much.
I found a stool. Not in a medical sense either, by the way. Let me thank Dr. Rounds for her leadership, her kind introduction, and also for all the effort that she has done to make the IDeA program a real program here in the state of Rhode Island. Let me thank all the professors and students and the support staff who are involved in IDeA grants, and also recognize Dean Jain. Thank you, Dean, for your leadership. And Senator Whitehouse is going to appear via video. And Sheldon has been a vigorous leader when it comes to healthcare reform since his days as the Attorney General. He continues in the United States Senate to do that. So I'm very fortunate to have the ability and the opportunity to cooperate with him. The whole sense of the IDeA funding was that NIH grants were going to every place in the world except small places like Rhode Island and other parts of the country that had incredible possibilities for research, but they were shouldered away by the big guys with the lobbyists and the contractors, et cetera. So we went ahead and created a program which has focused these resources on places like Rhode Island. We've done very, very well. And it's critical that we continue this research because no one has a monopoly on wisdom and knowledge. And if we can have the broadest possible participation by medical schools and universities, we're going to do much better than simply focusing on the same old folks. So that's why I've been very supportive of this program. We also have been extremely supportive of NIH, recognizing that it is critical to our future. We just came through a pandemic. The type of fundamental research they're doing there is going to be critical to the preparations and response to the next pandemic. We are dealing with the issues you're dealing every day with, how do we effectively treat or perhaps even cure cancer? How do we effectively treat all sorts of efforts? One of the things I was able to do most recently in the Senate was to pass the STAR Act, which for the first time elevated a pediatric oncologist to the National Cancer Institute board. So you have someone who's actually concerned about pediatric cancer do it. And in addition, begin and resource follow-up studies for young patients. So those are the types of innovative things that we can do through NIH. I serve on the Appropriations Committee and the subcommittee that does the funding, so we are pushing as hard as we can for as much as we can. Patty Murray, who's the chairman, is just terrific. She's you probably recall when she first ran, she was the, I think that the grandmother in sneakers or something, but she makes me look tall without the stool. But anyway, she's terrific. Last year, we were able to secure $45 billion for NIH research. That is an increase of 45% over the last 7 years. We have been pushing, because it makes sense in terms of our health. It makes sense also in terms of sort of our economic progress, because so much of technology today and other aspects of the new economy has to do with fundamental basic research in biology and other things like that. Now, the IDEA program, as I said, goes a step further, just bumping up the top line. It focuses resources into places like Rhode Island. And we've been able to benefit significantly over the years. Millions of dollars have come in here, which would otherwise have filtered off to other places in the country. And everyone here is making a fundamental contribution to transformation of our medical research. As I said, no one has the monopoly on wisdom. There are ideas that you have that may never have been developed, explored, and promoted without this funding. And you're going to contribute significantly to our health care and also to our ability to deal with crises like pandemics and other health-related issues. We also are concerned at the moment, obviously, and Senator Whitehouse, again, has been very much of a leader in this climate change. But I don't know if you saw the story I saw this week. The Great Salt Lake is evaporating. And in the soil is arsenic. And if it evaporates completely, the arsenic will be exposed. The winds will carry it into Salt Lake City, and they're going to call you and say, what do we do? So let's start thinking about that now is one thing we can do. So the other thing we have to do, and frankly, we've been a little tardy on this, is to make sure that we have diverse populations for our medical research and trial studies. We were stuck in a rut, We were testing everything we had on white gentlemen, and that's not effective. We need treatments, we need research that embraces the entire community. For too long, women were practically excluded from lots of clinical trials. So when the medicine or the pharmaceutical was given, it just didn't work that well enough. Well, we should have found that in the trial, not in the field. And so this diversity issue is absolutely critical to more successful healthcare measures, and it's also fundamentally fair. We have to live in a society that respects and treats everyone with certain dignity and respect, and doing this is also part of being, I think, a good American as well as a good scientist, but I'll stop there. So I am just delighted that, one, you are taking these resources and making them work effectively. You're making significant contributions to scientific discovery. And today, particularly with this focus, you're ensuring that these benefits accrue to everyone, not just the most visible and obvious, but to everyone. So for that, let me thank you profoundly and wish you well. Thank you. I can take questions. When you're tall like this, you kind of look out. I got to tell you a story. This week, and again, talk about recognizing women. I had the privilege of serving with Barbara Mikulski from Maryland. And Barbara Mikulski is the longest serving woman senator in the history of the United States. So they dedicated 2 rooms, one to Barbara Mikulski and the other to Margaret Chase Smith, another extraordinary senator from Maine. In fact, she was the one, talk about gutsy guys. She was the first person to stand up and say that Joe McCarthy was full of beans, and she was, et cetera. But she's wonderful. But anyway, Senator Mikulski makes me look tall. She's about 4'7", I think, and she'd always carry on a stool. So I always, or a box. So I always like to speak after her because then I can, well, ladies and gentlemen, so. And then my other Barbara Mikulski story is, she's such a hero in the Polish community. When George W. Bush was entertaining the president of Poland, he invited Barbara, to be there, and she wanted an escort. So I was single at the time. I was short. I was, to the perfect. And so we went to the White House, and we went through this receiving. And of course, she's the greatest hero there. And I'm going through, and I'm shaking hands with the president, who, in person, is a very personal individual, and glad to have her, etc. But then I walked into the room, and I saw Mike Krzyzewski, and I just pushed people aside. He was 2 years ahead of me at West Point, and I'm a big fan. And I pushed this big, tall guy aside. And we talked for a couple of minutes. Then he turned and said, "Oh, do you know President Bush's brother, Marvin?" I said, "Hi, Marvin." And I continued to talk to Shefsky. So anyway, I'll stop there and take questions.
Well, I'll start.
Yes.
So we're entering a period of inflation, it appears. And also there are enormous military expenditures with the situation in Europe. What's your view of the future of NIH funding? Is it going to be affected by these extraordinary pressures?
I think it's the one program that has deep bipartisan support. We all recognize that the health of the nation is something that we have to invest in. If you go back in my tenure, Senator Tom Harking, together with a Republican colleague, and I for the moment can't remember, back 15 years ago, doubled the NIH budget. It was just astounding. So, my God, doubling the budget in 1 year. And we've been adding and adding and adding. It's going to be challenging. Here's what's happening if you want to go behind the scenes. We are trying to negotiate a budget right now. I'm in the Appropriations Committee. Senator Leahy and Senator Shelby, Chairman Leahy is chairman, Senator Shelby is ranking member, are trying to come up with a top line, if you will. The defense line is going to have to go up because of the crisis in Ukraine, because of 8% inflation, et cetera. What we've tried to do in my committee, the Armed Services Committee, is structure something that recognizes inflation and then also priorities that are generated by the new situation. But I would hope they would use that same model on the domestic side and put in just a number for every agency for inflation and let that number be used flexibly. That's my hope. I don't know if it'll be achieved, but ultimately the goal is to drive the domestic number up to some type of non-equivalence, at least substantial equivalence to the defense number. And if we do that, one of the first beneficiaries will be NIH. It's very well regarded. It's had good leadership with Dr. Collins and a whole succession of predecessors. So, again, it ain't over till it's over, but that's one program I would not see cut or just squeeze very hard. They'd look elsewhere. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Thanks, Senator. Floating around in the political, cultural environment these days is a kind of anti-science, anti-expertise vibe. It's more than a vibe. Do you have any words of wisdom or context for us as we try to battle this? And what is the role researchers should play beyond what we might be already doing in getting the word out within scientific communities? We do that as a matter of course. Is there more we could do that would actually work?
Well, I think there are examples here where scientists and medical scholars, et cetera, have really provided leadership, and that's a function of credibility, knowledge, and the ability to stand up. Dr. Nicole Alexander Scott was an extraordinary example of that. I think everybody in the state of Rhode Island said, well, she's good, I trust her, and they listened. Now, there is a cultural battle going on. I don't have to tell anyone here. And part of that cultural battle is to replace facts with unfacts. I'm being polite. Lies, actually. And it's a political battle that was most significantly waged by former President Trump, and he's still continuing to wage it. And it does affect science. I was asked to invite Dr. Fauci up for the Roger Williams University commencement, and he had to give a televised speech, but nevertheless, he came up here and he has been the brunt of some of the most vile comments because he stood up there and he's told what science is the best science available. And he was just being manipulated by political people who, and the irony, of course, is many of those people knew that he was exactly right but politically they didn't want to hear it because they had another agenda. So, but what you have to do is, one, go into the public space, do so, and if you can develop the kind of legitimacy that someone like Dr. Alexander Scott delivered, it's an effective voice. And I think also, too, we have our role to play. We have to elevate science and truth, not, as some of my colleagues do, celebrate, fake news. But it's a societal challenge, and it's reflected everywhere, unfortunately. One of the aspects, as I look back, is that I think with some people in the Trump years, there was a conscious ideological effort to undercut institutions, all institutions, including the institutions of universities and science, et cetera, well-funded. With President Trump, I don't think it was any ideological thing. I think basically were two factors: ego and his constant desire to make money. And I'll be blunt, that's what I think was driving him. But that caused him to go along with or even lead institutional erosion in Washington. IRS was not funded. EPA, look what they put in there. And then, frankly, I think if they could have gotten rid of Dr. Fauci and others, they would have. So, and again, I guess I'll come back to the one point I made. You've got to have people like Anthony Fauci who will stand up and take this stuff and say, no, this is science. And if you do it well enough and long enough, we win. If you don't do it, then we will certainly lose. So you got to keep it up. Anybody else? On that joyful note.
On that note.
I can tell one more story about Anthony Fauci and I first met him. The Sons of Italy, for obvious reasons, gave him an award. And they gave me one at two, because they had a program that few years, and I think they continue, as one non-Italian gets an award. And I was the lucky non-Italian that year. But having grown up in Rhode Island, I was kind of sympathetic. Hey, so I fit right, and I look more Italian than Irish, so that was it. Thank you all very much. Keep up the great work.
Oh, thank you so much. We're also privileged today to have the ability to hear a video presentation from our other senator from Rhode Island, Sheldon Whitehouse, who was first elected to the Senate in 2007 and has also been a leading advocate for science, technology, biomedicine, and particularly in the area of the environment. So.
Hi, this is Senator Sheldon Whitehouse. Thank you for inviting me to take part in the 2022 Emerging Areas of Science Symposium. I'd like to thank the National Institute of General Medical Science for making this event possible. Its Innovation Development Awards have helped build capacity and advance biomedical research here in Rhode Island. I'd like to recognize URI and Brown, as well as Care New England, Lifespan, and the Providence VA Medical Center for all they've done to support this effort and deliver better care for their patients. Clinical trials should reflect the diversity of our population, and right now, that isn't the case. There are many barriers to diverse trial participation, including bias, lack of access, and financial hurdles. Many of these barriers are intertwined with social determinants of health, which drive further inequality. We have a duty to bridge these gaps. When we do, patients in Rhode Island will be better off, and our research institutions will be able to produce more universally beneficial treatments and procedures. During COVID, we've seen how these trials can change the world. At the federal level, both NIH and FDA have a responsibility to improve clinical trial participation, and some progress has already been made. More than 50% of participants in NIH's All of Us research study are from racial and ethnic minority groups. This is a good first step and should be the goal moving forward. Every year, I have supported expanding funding for NIH. In fiscal year 2021, NIH awarded $247 million to organizations in Rhode Island, which boosts our economy and helps fund cutting-edge research. Fixing imbalances in clinical trials would help maximize those benefits. Right now, there are bills moving through Congress to improve clinical trial diversity at both NIH and FDA. That's a good thing. But in the meantime, researchers can embrace the FDA's guidance on clinical trial diversity and develop a healthcare system that works for everybody. Thank you all, and keep up the great work.
Okay, everybody's having too much fun out there in the poster session, which is good. We'll go ahead and get started. It's my pleasure to introduce Sarah Vargas. Sarah is an assistant professor in psychiatry and human behavior at Brown and also a research scientist at the Center for Behavioral and Preventive Medicine at Miriam Hospital. She is affiliated with the Center for Antimicrobial Resistance and Therapeutic Discovery, CART-D, and she'll be talking to us today about characterizing rates of gonorrhea infection at an STD clinic, longitudinal trends by demographics and sexual behavior. So, Sarah, I hope you're here. All right. And we have to figure out how to
advance this. Advances here.
Okay.
So.
Brilliant.
And I
Very
think
good.
you can see your slides either.
Excellent.
Here or there.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is the critical thing, and the mic is right
Mike is there.
Thank you very much.
That's it.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the organizers for inviting me to speak today. Also, thank you to Dr. Milanakis and the whole team over at the CART-D COBRI for their support for this work. What's important to know about me is that I am a behavioral scientist. That means my background's in psychology and behavioral medicine, and my main research area is sexual and reproductive health. I am really grateful to have gotten connected with the CART-D COBRI for a couple of reasons. One being that I am learning so much about the biological and molecular bases on which some of the conditions I've studied for a long time now are based. And also the fact that I'm really excited about this sort of unique area that I'm looking at where behavior and biology intersect when it comes to antimicrobial resistance. So specifically today, I'm going to be talking about gonorrhea infection. And to start broad and bring it down, tell you a little bit about gonorrhea infection nationally and in the state. It's the second most commonly reported sexually transmitted infection in the US. It is on the rise over the past decade or so. Annually, rates of new infections are ticking up. And it is a bacterial infection, which means that it can be treated with antibiotics and cured. However, there's a couple of things that are important to know. One is that gonorrhea is oftentimes asymptomatic, so you may not know you have an infection to go get screened and treated. Additionally, gonorrhea develops resistance to the antibiotic treatments that are intended to cure it at a relatively rapid rate. So over the past 80 years or so, gonorrhea has just really rolled through a number of widely available antibiotics, including things like penicillin, tetracycline. Now, looking for antimicrobial resistance or reduced susceptibility to those antibiotic drugs is not part of routine clinical care. You don't know that the drug isn't working for you until you have trouble resolving your infection. There is a national effort by the CDC to get surveillance of resistance in the United States that's called the Gonococcal Isolate Surveillance Project, or GISP. There are a couple of caveats to that, though. One is that there are sites across the country, but none here in Rhode Island. Also, it is exclusively male participants who they are collecting samples and data from in this nationwide effort. So those two things, gonorrhea being oftentimes asymptomatic and developing resistance relatively easily, leads to potentially very high cost, both in terms of real dollars for the medical system, hundreds of millions of dollars, it's estimated in costs, as well as the cost of the individual. So these potential complications, including risk for other infections, pelvic inflammatory disease, and in some rare cases, problems with fertility. The trends here in Rhode Island over the past decade have mirrored national trends where you see this uptick over time. This represents about a 200% increase in cases from 2012 to 2021. What's not represented here, but what I do want to mention, is that there are demographic trends within these trends as well. So over the past few decades, there has been a disproportionate number of men who have sex with men who are getting gonorrhea infections and being diagnosed with gonorrhea. To add to that, these numbers that I've presented are the numbers that are reported. So the numbers where someone goes in, they're diagnosed, that gets to your local or state Department of Health, it gets to the CDC. There's probably a lot of missed cases just from people not knowing, not going in, but also the fact that it's estimated that the majority of cases of gonorrhea infection among men who have sex with men in particular may be missed if you're only testing at a single site in the body. So if you're only doing urogenital testing, you could be missing infections that are at sites in the rectum or in the pharyngeal sites, so the throat or the mouth. So it is important to especially potentially test for throat infections. There's some evidence to suggest that gonorrhea infections in the throat may be particularly prone to having or developing resistance to antibiotics. So that's a super important screening element. Additionally, when you move on to treatment, over time, as I said, there's been a lot of drugs that no longer are consistently effective against gonorrhea infection. The current gold standard is a single intramuscular injection of ceftriaxone. And that, from my behavioral perspective, something I will point out there, is that really does help with adherence, right? You don't need 5, 7, 10 days of antibiotic pills to treat the infection. You need one shot that reduces patient burden and improves adherence. So now I've already started talking about two different behaviors. There's sexual behaviors that may be related to gonorrhea transmission and in particular resistant infections, as well as this treatment adherence behavior. A couple of other behavioral considerations when it comes to gonorrhea is if you go in and you test positive, you should notify your partners. And there's services to help with that so that you don't have to go have that conversation yourself. But the idea is that it would prevent the further spread as well as the reinfection of the person who came in the first place. Also, there's some expectations of abstinence after treatment to allow the infection to clear. A recommendation to come in 3 months after your initial diagnosis to retest and see if you've been reinfected, which does happen with some regularity. And then also testing for other STIs such as HIV, because the presence of one infection can increase your risk for another. So when we look at the big picture of what is underlying the spread of gonorrhea and the spread of resistant infections, part of that is the pathogen. So that's my gray block there. Part of it is characteristics of the bacteria that causes gonorrhea, which is Neisseria gonorrhea. But the parts that I'm bringing into the mix here are those parts that have to do with what you're doing, your behavior in terms of healthcare and sexual behavior, and in some cases, who you're doing that with, your social networks, your sexual networks. So to summarize here, I'm just relisting all the things I've already touched upon in terms of different behaviors, but when I look at this list, I see a bunch of intervention targets. I see a bunch of places where there's a behavior that we could affect. I can't do all this at the same time. So with the pilot project that I have from the CART D COBRI right now, I am working at the STI clinic at the Miriam Hospital, and I am focusing on what I have the most experience in my career to date, which is the sexual health behaviors. Sexual behaviors. So this project is just getting rolling, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about it and then share some clinic-based data in just a moment. For this project, we are asking individuals who come in for treatment at the STI clinic that test positive or have presumed gonorrhea infection to provide biospecimens or swab any infected sites or potentially infected sites, and to also answer some questions about their sexual behavior and their sexual networks. With those biospecimens, I am working with the biorepository core of the CART-D COBRI to analyze both susceptibility testing to get some idea of if we have resistant or infections with reduced susceptibility here in the state, as well as we have the capability of doing whole genome sequencing because bacteria, their genome's a lot shorter than ours. So we're going to be able to look for any indicators of potential resistance to antibiotics, as well as being able to look at groupings of genetically similar infections to link that with behavior and sexual networks and just get a really interesting in-depth snapshot of the people who are coming in and testing positive for gonorrhea. So as I mentioned, right now I'm working out of a single site, the STI clinic at the Miriam Hospital. And while I don't have preliminary data from this yet, what is fantastic is that since 2012, the STI clinic has been collecting a fair amount of data on intake forms for every clinical encounter that they have. That includes some demographics and sexual behavior. So who are the patients at the STI clinic? Well, the patient population mirrors pretty closely who you might expect to be coming to get STI testing, a relatively young group. Race and ethnicity somewhat mirrors the local population, though there is some disproportionate in terms of individuals who identify as Black or Hispanic or Latinx coming to the clinic. And you can see those numbers are nearly 20,000 encounters. So this is a lot of data that I've been able to work with, thankfully. If you look at sexual identity, most of the individuals at the clinic identify as male, about three quarters of them. And while more than half identify as heterosexual, you see there's about 30% who identify as gay and another chunk identify as bisexual. So that is the broad, just a quick demographic snapshot of who is coming to this clinic. Now, if we look at the 1,065 individuals who tested positive between 2014, when the data collection got very consistent, and 2021, we see mirroring state and national trends that there are upticks in infections overall and infections at each site. And in particular, you see an uptick in the oral infections, which is an empirical question of, is that better testing now at all three sites or an actual uptick in oral infections? I think that's to be determined. Briefly, if you look at trends within those individuals who are testing positive, you see a slight trend towards more females, a larger proportion of females, and a downward trend, less individuals who identify as gay. And to drive that home, if you look at just the men, you see over time, as we get to 2021, those lines are getting very close in terms of men who report having sex with men or having sex with women. So there's some kind of new burgeoning trends here that I'm really interested in investigating as we move forward. Also, there's a number of other risky sexual health behaviors that individuals are reporting on their intake sheets. And what this tells me is that this is a very good group of people to understand the complicated nuance of how behavior ties in to transmission of gonorrhea as well as transmission of resistant gonorrhea. To drive that home and to wrap up, I think this is going to be a project that's going to yield a lot of different hypotheses and a lot of different research questions. So I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to work with the clinical data and do this pilot project. Areas that I am interested in pursuing include overall kind of filling in the gaps of surveillance. We don't have any national surveillance sites here in Rhode Island. I want to know what's going on here in Rhode Island. And there's questions that can be answered when you collect a little bit of information about a lot of people, and a different set of questions that can be answered when you collect a lot of data about a smaller amount of people. And I think I'm really well situated here in Rhode Island to do the latter, and that's not really being done. So I think there's going to be a lot of very interesting outcomes. For example, behavior that's typically considered low risk, such as deep kissing. If the throat is a venue where you might see more resistant infections, is that behavior, is this empirical question, I don't know, I'm asking, is that behavior quite as low risk as we think it is when it comes to passing resistant infections? So that's a really interesting question that requires a deep dive into behavior. Also, I'm interested in interventions, as I've already mentioned, and those could be at the healthcare behaviors, are people adhering to clinical recommendations, as well as at the broader sexual behaviors in the community. Those interventions exist, but I have not seen really any public education or studies that look at what happens when individuals actually understand resistance and how big of a problem this is in gonorrhea infection. And are we missing an opportunity to educate people about this so that it can impact other sexual behaviors as well as impact other bacterial infections? So I think there's just a lot of implications that if you use this as an example, we would potentially not only drive down the rates of gonorrhea infection, but other related conditions as well. So I think there's just a lot of really great potential here that I'm excited to explore. And that wraps it. And I just want to thank again everybody who's been involved in the COBRI project. I want to thank my mentor, Dr. Phil Chan, who's here. And I appreciate your time.
So this is a great example of multidisciplinary research within a COBRI center, and good for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So questions? Well, I'll ask you one. Your data on the population data with the equivalence almost of males and females, does that suggest that gonorrhea is more prevalent amongst women in Rhode Island? And does this reflect a more general population trend?
So I think that's a really good question, and there's a couple of points to that. So one is, I think that because the vast majority of patients at this clinic are male, women have a lot of other points of contact within the healthcare system. They have OBGYN visits, they have primary care visits. So I suspect that there's and the national data would suggest that there are more cases of gonorrhea among women in this state, in this country. I don't think that I'm seeing them in this one particular site as much as I would if and when, hopefully, I expand into other sites in Rhode Island. Does that answer the question?
And are there other data sources that you could use, like the current care, for example, that we heard about earlier?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think that is, I wasn't in the know about current care, but I think that's something that's what we have these days for, right? So I think that's a really an important potential source to look at that clinical information, so follow up on that.
Great.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you. How are we doing with time? So while we're getting set up here, it's a great pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker today. Dr. Mariana Stern is a professor of clinical, population, and public health sciences and urology, and the Ira Goodman Chair in Cancer Research in Preventive Medicine at the Health Sciences campus of the University of Southern California. She obtained her undergraduate training in biology at the University of Buenos Aires and a PhD in cancer biology at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center. She was a postdoc in molecular epidemiology at the National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences, and at USC she is currently director for the Molecular Epidemiology Master's PhD program, and has overall research interests that really are very multidisciplinary, cutting across the fields of cancer, clinical epidemiology of prostate cancer, and cancer health disparities for Latinx populations. Dr. Stern, we're very grateful to you also for serving as a member of the External Advisory Board for the Legaretta Cancer Center here at Brown University. And we're so pleased to have you join us today at our symposium. So she'll be talking about disparities in prostate and colorectal cancer among Hispanics in California. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rounds, for inviting me to give this presentation and for giving me time in this great symposium. I'm sorry I cannot be there with you. It is really a pleasure to have a chance to share some of the work that we're doing here at the Norris Comprehensive Cancer Center. And one of the things I was asked to talk about is what are we doing for our Latinx populations and how are we integrating the different programs that we have at the Cancer Center. So we really are doing a lot for Hispanic populations because of where we are. But today I'll just share with you some of my own research in this regard as an example of how we work together at the Cancer Center. So I will highlight some of the research I've been doing in prostate and colorectal cancer. So our cancer center is located in the city of Los Angeles. And our catchment area is Los Angeles County, which includes more than 10 million people. And it's a large, it's very diverse because we have a large metropolitan city, which is the city of LA, but we also have deserts, we have mountains, we have the ocean. So it is one of the most diverse areas, both geographically and also in terms of our people. We have representation from all over the world. As an example, we have the largest Korean community outside the Korean Peninsula. We have the largest Armenian community. We have Native American populations. And of course, we have a very large Hispanic population that is almost more than half of our population in the county. And importantly, 30% of our population in LA County is foreign-born. So we have immigrants from all over the world, mainly Asian and Central and South America. So a unique feature of our cancer center is the fact that it includes a private practice, which I'm showing here at the top, which is the Norris Comprehensive Cancer Center proper with the clinics at the Keck School of Medicine. And then across the street, we have the LA County Hospital, and you can see like this building is that building over there. You can see that they're literally one street away from each other. The LA County Hospital is run by it's part of the Department of Health Services and serves the needs of our uninsured and low income populations. But the physicians that treat patients at the hospitals are the same for the most part. So we have this unique situation where we have similar care, the clinical trials are open at both sites. So similar care, similar opportunities. However, the two patient populations are very different in terms of their racial, ethnic background, their income, their level of education. So it gives us really this great opportunity to disentangle some key determinants of cancer outcomes. And sorry, one thing that I forgot to mention here is that you can see how our diversity is represented in the proportion of patients that come through the door in our cancer center. So here in yellow, I'm showing you the proportion of patients by race, ethnicity, and in burgundy is the proportion of patients in our catchment area. So you can see that we actually have overrepresentation of Hispanic patients, and pretty good representation of other racial ethnic backgrounds. You can see that we have a little bit underrepresentation of Black patients, and that is because we are in the northern east part of LA, which is mostly a Hispanic community, and most of the African American or Black neighborhoods are more in the south central part of LA. So we are working hard to try to motivate patients to come over to the east side, but that explains why we have a little bit less representation of African Americans. So our cancer center has historically focused on understanding cancer disparities among our minority populations. However, to increase our focus and our portfolio of research In 2018, we launched, together with my colleague John Carton, shown here, we launched a new center funded by NCI, which is called the Florida, California Cancer Research, Education, and Engagement, or CARE2 Health Equity Center. This was funded through a U54 in partnership with two universities in Florida, the University of Florida and Florida A&M, which is a historically Black college. Our founding partners are Dr. Wilkie and Odedina at UF. No, Dr. Odedina now has moved to the Mayo Clinic, and Dr. Reda and Dr. Rims at FAMU. The mission of our center is to foster and support translational research in cancer health disparities with funding of 6 new research projects across the 3 institutions. And we also established a program to train 125 underrepresented minority scientists all the way from undergraduates to early stage investigators. We also have a core that is dedicated to community outreach and training of cancer advocates and citizen scientists. And as I share some of my research, I will share how we have leveraged this center together with the Norris Cancer Center resources to get some of those activities moving forward. So I'll start the talk by talking about prostate cancer, which is, as you know, the #1 cancer that affects men in the US and shows large disparities, with Black men clearly suffering the largest burden, both in incidence and mortality. Hispanics show a cancer burden shown here that is just slightly under the burden of non-Hispanic white men. However, among Hispanics, as you know, cancer is the #1 cause of death, unlike other populations where cancer is the #2 cause of death. And particularly for prostate, it accounts 21% of cancer burden and 9% of cancer mortality. And one important consideration is that Hispanic men lag behind other groups, particularly whites, in terms of prostate cancer screening. So there's a bit of concern that perhaps we're underestimating the cancer burden in this population. So one important consideration is that the Hispanic community is very diverse. And this was nicely highlighted by this landmark paper by Paulo Pinheiro that came out a while back in 2009, where for the first time he showed incidence rates for Hispanics, classifying Hispanics by country or region of origin. And he showed how there's actually variability in incidence rates, as shown here, depending on whether Hispanic come from Mexico or Puerto Rico or from Cuba, and also diversity on whether they are living in those regions or here in the US. These differences are also observed when we look at the incidence patterns for prostate cancer across Latin America and Central America, which is shown here. You can see the different gradient of colors. And it's interesting to notice that if we look at the percent of Native American ancestry among Hispanics across these regions, there's also quite a bit of variability, and there seems to be some type of correlation with different cancers between that and the incidence rate, which could be reflecting some biology behind these disparities or maybe capturing some social determinants of health. There's also variability by sociodemographic, socioeconomic status. And in this study that I'm showing here in the bottom, what they did is they calculated the incidence rate for several cancers among low socioeconomic status individuals and high socioeconomic status individuals. And they show that for prostate cancer, there's lower incidence among low SES individuals compared to high, but this relationship was strongest for Hispanic compared to other racial ethnic groups. So to frame some of the findings that I want to share with you and some of the studies that we're doing, I wanted to frame them across the current challenges that I see are most remarkable for prostate cancer in general. So one of the key challenges is the burden, right? There's more than 100 men diagnosed with prostate cancer per year, and about 14,000 of those are Hispanics. Importantly, there are more than 2.5 million survivors at any given time in the US from prostate cancer. In spite of this huge burden, we know very little about what causes prostate cancer. We know age is a risk factor. We know having African ancestry is a risk factor. We know having family history is a risk factor. But these three things only explain a small percent of the burden. So we still need to understand better what's driving this cancer burden. Most of the prostate cancer is diagnosed as localized disease, which that's a great thing. And only about 20% of men are diagnosed with metastatic disease. Among those with localized disease, they can be stratified based on the risk of progression into low, intermediate, and high risk. And one of the challenges is that making that distinction is challenging. There's few biomarkers that are 100% reliable to do that stratification. Men that have high-risk disease obviously receive definitive treatment, and men who have low-risk disease are encouraged to enter into active surveillance where they don't get treatment and they just get followed. Now, the challenge are men who are in that middle category because some of them could benefit from active surveillance. However, majority of them will pursue definitive treatment. The reason why this is a challenge is that definitive treatment, of course, is associated with many health-related quality of life situations or conditions. So it will be more desirable to really prevent men who don't need definitive treatment to enter into active surveillance. One key challenge that I will come back to with one of the studies I'll show you is that there is a considerable level of error in the biopsy. So meaning because the prostate is so heterogeneous, many men get diagnosed with lower grade than they actually have. And this is one of the reasons why it's so challenging to make these stratifications at the time of diagnosis. Among men with metastatic disease, of course, the key challenge is avoiding treatment resistance or castration-resistant prostate cancer. So now I will try to highlight for Hispanic men what are the unique challenges that they face across the spectrum. So in terms of risk factors, we know, of course, age is a risk factor for all men. Now, uniquely for Hispanics, we know from studies done in the multi-ethnic cohort, which is a cohort we have here at USC that has been around since the 90s, we know that there are some dietary factors that seem to uniquely associate among Hispanic men, like zinc, dairy, alcohol, that increase risk. We also see that consumption of legumes seems to decrease risk of prostate cancer. There's been a couple of studies done in Texas among Hispanics, and they show that exposure, and also here in California in the Central Valley, where we have a lot of agriculture. And there's some studies that show that exposure to agrochemicals and pesticides seems to increase the risk of prostate cancer among Hispanic men. And then in my group, we did several studies on prostate cancer using a case control study that was done here in California. And we have reported over the past 10 years, several studies showing that there's an association for Hispanic men with red meat cooked at high temperature, presence of carcinogens that accumulate in meat, such as heterocyclic amines, and consumption of fried fish. And here are some of the tables showing that indeed among Hispanics shown in red, there's higher prevalence of some of these carcinogens and some of these food items. However, one thing I like to highlight is that across all these different studies, if we add up the number of Hispanic men included, there's less than 1,600 men that have been included in all these studies. So we really have not maximized opportunities to identify risk factors because there's a lack of resources to do these type of studies. One area where there has been a bit more progress is in genetic epidemiology. There's one genome-wide association study to which many of us have contributed that included close to 3,000 cases and actually did not find any new risk alleles for prostate cancer, but confirmed similar findings as to what had been previously found in non-Hispanic whites, with 34% of previously reported alleles being significant. Importantly, in this paper, we look whether a polygenic risk score based on known risk alleles seem to perform equally well in Hispanics, and indeed it does, showing an increased association with the higher risk allele category. Now, when we think about somatic alterations and whether there are any differences in Hispanics, we actually know nothing about that. The largest effort to do that, which was the Tumor Genome Atlas, the TCGA, only included one Hispanic tumor for prostate cancer. So clearly, there's a great need to do more research in this area. So to understand more the potential disparities among Hispanics in our catchment, one thing we decided to do is we decided to start with the largest data set that we have, which is the California Cancer Registry. So I partner with my colleagues in the registry. We are lucky to have the LA County Cancer Registry housed as part of my department of Population of Public Health Science. So I partner with the director of the Cancer Registry to do analysis of cancer patterns among Hispanics. We identified close to 65,000 Latinos that have been diagnosed between 1995 and 2017 in California. And we compare them to more than 300,000 non-Latino whites and almost 44,000 non-Latino Blacks. As you can see on the left, here in orange are the incidence rates for prostate cancer over the years. You can see they always trail right under the whites. As you can see, more than half of the Latinos in California are foreign-born, and we try to identify where they come from. However, for 24% of them, we had no data, and no data have been collected in the registry, so we couldn't really allocate them all into their corresponding categories. So, so we decided to focus on comparisons between US-born Hispanics and foreign-born Hispanics as a whole. So in terms of demographics, we observed that there was a greater proportion of Black and US-born Latinos patients diagnosed with less than 60 years old, with the median age of diagnosis is about 65 or 68. So we do see a slightly greater proportion of younger diagnoses among these two populations. We also, which is shown here in these bar graphs in orange. We also observe that Black men shown here and foreign-born Latino men had greater proportion of having low socioeconomic status. And down here, I'm showing the proportion by type of insurance. And we see, as we kind of expected, that foreign-born Latinos have greater proportion of being not insured or being on Medicaid. Now, going back to what I mentioned at the beginning and the challenge in prostate cancer of having an accurate diagnosis at the time of biopsy, we wanted to understand what the impact of these errors could be across these different racial ethnic groups. So what we did is we compared the Gleason grade of prostate cancer, and the Gleason grade is how prostate cancers are classified at the time of diagnosis. For those of you who are not familiar with prostate cancer, we compare the Gleason grade at the time of diagnosis and compare it with the Gleason grade at the time of surgery. So we restricted the analysis to those individuals who had a biopsy and subsequently a radical prostatectomy. So we had about 2,700 Latinos that met that criteria. And we observed that across all racial ethnic groups, there was about 20% of men who had an upgrade from biopsy to prostatectomy, meaning that the biopsy had underscored the grade of that cancer. However, the proportion of the upgrade was slightly higher among foreign-born Latinos, which is shown here in yellow. So you can see for the different racial ethnic groups. We also look, we have in the cancer registry data that shows how many core biopsies were done at the time of biopsy. And we observed that among foreign-born Latino men, they had a slightly lower proportion of biopsies done with the 12-core biopsy, which is the current standard of care. So overall, after we adjust for time between diagnosis and treatment, number of core biopsies, sociodemographics, etc., we observed that foreign-born Latino men are 23% more likely to have a misdiagnosis when compared to white men. So these findings of a slightly higher rate of upgrade among Hispanics have been previously reported by two other studies. One was a small study done in Miami of 52 Latinos where they reported that 37% had a Gleason upgrade from biopsy to prostatectomy. And most of those misclassified tumors were localized in the anterior portion of the prostate, which is less likely to be sampled at the time of transrectal biopsy. There's another study that used SEER data and also reported that Mexican Americans also had a higher chance of being misdiagnosed at the time of biopsy. These findings, together with our observation, are interesting because in the literature, there had been reports that African Americans had a higher rate of upgrade compared to whites, but there's no real awareness that the same thing can happen among Hispanics. So to address these disparities in Blacks and Hispanics, we launched a clinical trial in partnership with Dr. Gill, who's the chairman of urology at USC, and with Dr. Abreu, who does most of the biopsies, and he's an expert in targeted MRI-guided biopsy. And also we partner with George Arvin at the VA in Michigan, with Jonathan Coleman at Memorial Sloan Kettering, and with Dr. Siddiqui at the VA in Maryland. And we're doing this clinical trial, which is still ongoing, so I can't show you any results yet. It's going to be recruiting until the end of this year. And what we propose is the hypothesis that using MRI-guided biopsies may improve the detection of clinically significant prostate cancer among Black and Hispanic men. And so we are randomizing men into two arms. One arm, they get the systematic random biopsy, but we follow up with an MRI 3 months later to make sure that we didn't miss any spots. And the other arm starts off with the MRI and the targeted biopsies. So what we're hoping is to learn whether by doing this approach, we can change the standard of care by providing evidence-based that using this type of approach does improve for these two minorities the detection of clinically significant prostate cancer. We are also, as part of our Care2 Center, trying to address this issue. And for this, we funded a project led by Dr. Cohen, who's the Dean of Gerontology at USC, and Dr. Reams at FAMU. And what they're doing is they're following up on evidence from Dr. Cohen's lab that shows that there are mitochondrial-derived peptides that seem to associate with the presence of prostate cancer, and they seem to differ between Black and white men. So we're doing this study, including Hispanic men as well, where we are measuring these peptides at the time of biopsy, right before biopsy, and now we are correlating the findings with men based on whether they actually have or not prostate cancer after the biopsy. The study is wrapping up right now. There are some intriguing findings, but they're unpublished, so I'm not at liberty to show that. But there's a paper that we published that I show down here, where we share our rationale for this study and the preliminary evidence that led to this study. The next step will be to validate these findings in the clinic to see if indeed they can improve the stratification of patients at the time of biopsy. So now I want to move on to treatment and disparities that we find in that regard among Hispanics. Looking at the registry, we look at the proportion of men that had elected different types of treatment. And what we observed, shown here, is that non-Hispanic Black men and foreign-born Hispanic men had a greater proportion of men who did not receive any treatment. Now, this could represent a proportion of men who are choosing active surveillance, and that, you know, that there wouldn't be anything alarming about that if a greater proportion of these men are enrolling in that. But to understand that further, we decided to look at the Gleason grade among these men that did not receive treatment to indeed confirm that they have a low Gleason grade that is compatible with active surveillance. The cancer registry now actually captures active surveillance as a form of treatment, but that was not consistently done in the past, so we couldn't look at the registry for that. As we expected, we see a great proportion of men without treatment indeed have Gleason 7, which could be compatible with active surveillance. However, we did observe that there was a proportion of men shown here that actually have Gleason 8 to 10, which is not compatible with active surveillance, and even metastatic disease. And in fact, foreign-born Hispanics, shown here in green, have a greater proportion of men that fall in those categories. So this is a little bit alarming, as these men actually should be receiving treatment after their diagnosis. So it begs the question of why they didn't receive treatment. So in parallel to this, we did another study to understand the pattern of care among Hispanics. And what we did in this study that was led by one of our radiation oncologists, Dr. Balas, we abstracted charts of patients that were diagnosed between 2008 and 2014, both at our county hospital and at our private clinics in the cancer center. In total, there were about 3,000 charts. And what we did is we examined the proportion of patients who entered active surveillance and were lost to follow-up after they started active surveillance. What I'm showing you here in these two charts is the proportion of men who are lost to follow-up after they start active surveillance, both at the county hospital and the Norris Clinic. And as you can see, at the county hospital, very quickly, the proportion of men lost to follow-up starts to go up. This is the proportion of men who are leave active surveillance per doctor recommendation because they need to get treatment. You can see here that in the Norris clinics, in the private clinics, this proportion grows a lot more slowly. Here is the survival curves for being lost to follow-up, with the black line showing lost to follow-up among the county patients and lost to follow-up among the Norris patients. So all in all, we see that after 1 year of being active surveillance, 58% of our patients in the county hospital, where 90% of patients are low-income Hispanic men with majority of foreign-born men, are lost to follow-up, compared to 86% at Norris that are still on active surveillance. So the question is, why is this happening? Is it issues with literacy, barriers to care? Is it something about Hispanic Latino beliefs and culture that comes in the way of these men following up with their recommended surveillance? So putting these two observations together, the fact that there's less less men that are following with treatment after being diagnosed with high-grade disease, and more lost to follow up with active surveillance, we decided to do a study to understand what's happening so that we could deliver an intervention to fix this problem. So to understand this, we launched a new study, which we based on the theory of planned behavior, which has previously been used to predict adherence to screening for other cancers. So this theory postulates that attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, and other determinants may influence the intention of a patient to return to follow-up, and this in turn, they will influence the behavior of returning for follow-up to the clinic, be that returning for active surveillance or returning for treatment. So in our study, the behavior is returning for these two activities, and the attitudes include the perceived consequence of what will happen to them if they don't come back to the clinic. The subjective norms include the patient's beliefs about which behaviors are appropriate and accepted by others based on their cultural values. So for example, in the Hispanic community, there's a strong value of respect, what we call respeto. And this is respect for the authority figure of the doctor. So this value, if it's very high, might make a Latino man less likely to ask questions or question the decision of the doctor, or ask questions if they did not understand what the doctor said, which may lead to misunderstandings that may come in the way of the treatment. The cultural value of machismo, which is high in the Hispanic community, might make a man value their potency and worry about losing the potency if they undergo treatment. And the cultural value of fatalism is also very high in the Latino community, and might make a man value less likely to return for follow-up, because maybe they believe that their cancer progression is predestined by God or is in God's hands, so maybe they don't feel like they can do anything to change their fate. So we also consider perceived behavioral control, which means that is based on the man's perception of the barriers that they may encounter to return to follow-up, for example, not having time, not having money, not having transportation, and their self-efficacy to overcome those barriers. We also consider determinants such as health literacy, which is low among our patient population in the county hospital, specifically around prostate cancer, and social determinants of health. So we launched this study together with my colleagues, Dr. Balas, and my two urology colleagues, Dr. Abru, who does all the biopsies, and Dr. Nabhani, who's the chief of urology at the county. What we're doing in this study, which is still in the field, mainly because of COVID and the challenges of trying to do these type of studies during the pandemic, we are identifying newly diagnosed patients in the clinics, and we're inviting them to participate in focus groups. And we're also administering validated surveys that are capturing all these values that I mentioned before: acculturation, Latino values, stress, discrimination, their knowledge about prostate cancer, their attitude about prostate cancer. We're also doing interviews among their caregivers so that we can understand their perspective in this process. And then we are abstracting their charts. We're following up on them to see what their outcome is a year after diagnosis, so that at the end we can identify what are the key determinants of these outcomes based on all these values. What I can share from preliminary analysis of the focus group data is that there are some common themes that are emerging, such as the feeling that they didn't know enough about what was happening to them when they were diagnosed, yet they had absolute trust in their doctors. Therefore, they didn't really question what the doctor was telling them. And the other thing that came out from our focus group is the important role of religion, feeling that their fate was really in God's hand, and that whatever happened to them, they were okay with because God had determined it that way. So in parallel to these activities and recognizing that there is a lack of literacy in our community of Hispanic men, we recognize the need for patient education. So what we did is, and this is a part of our Care 2 Health Equity Center activities, is we developed a toolkit to educate community advocates about prostate cancer among Hispanics so that they can use that in the community to train people in the community. So we based our materials on a toolkit that had been developed by Dr. Odedina at UF for Black men. And what we did is we used that as a starting point, and we adapted it for the Hispanic community, not only just translating it, but really adapting it to their values and to the statistics that we see in the Hispanic community. This effort was led by my colleague, Dr. Vasconde Garbanati, who's our Associate Director of Community Outreach, and also leads the community outreach activities of our Care 2 Health Equity Center, and two community health educators, Dr. Aristizabal and Mr. Ibarra. So we worked together, we developed this toolkit, we developed materials that explain the anatomy of the prostate and where it's located. And then what we did right before the pandemic, we were lucky to be able to do this in person. We did our first training session, and this was a bi-coastal, bilingual advocacy training that we did at our cancer center. So simultaneously, we broadcasted this to Florida. We had speakers from across the two coasts. We conducted this both in Spanish and in English. And we provided material. We provided the toolkit for African Americans and the toolkit for Hispanics. And we invited a Hispanic urologist who was able to talk in Spanish to the community advocates. And then since then, because of the pandemic, we had to switch to the virtual environment. So we've been continuing the education via Zoom. So just to give you an example, so here's a snippet of some of the data that we collected. So we always administer a survey before the educational activity and after, so that we can see whether indeed we're achieving our benchmarks. And you can see that with this training session, we saw a significant change in prostate cancer knowledge before and after, an intention, and also an increase in the intention to advocate for cancer and clinical trial education and participation. Most participants in our training sessions, and at least this one where we presented this data, were female cancer advocates and educator, what we call promotores de salud. Half of them were Hispanic and another third were African American. So finally, to wrap up the discussion on prostate cancer, I want to share another piece of our data analysis where we look at cancer survival. And we examined this by race ethnicity. And as we expected, we observed that non-Hispanic Black men have about 11% higher risk of dying of prostate cancer after adjusting for socioeconomic status, treatment, marital status, PSA level, insurance, and stratifying by race. Now, the unexpected finding we had is that US-born Latinos didn't really differ from whites in terms of their survivorship. However, foreign-born Latinos had 15% less chance of dying of prostate cancer, in spite of all the adverse characteristics that I showed you earlier. So this was a very surprising finding, however, not new in the literature. Before this, I had collaborated prior to this with Paulo Pinheiro in another study where we look at cancer mortality, comparing individuals from Mexico, Mexican immigrants in the US, and Mexican Americans. And what we found was that Mexican immigrants have the lowest mortality of prostate cancer compared to people in Mexico or Mexican Americans, so those who were born here in the US. So the finding in our cancer registry is compatible with this. There's another study done also prior to us, also with California Cancer Registry data, but an earlier data period. And this study was led by Scarlett Lynn Gomez. And what they found is they divided men, they classify men based on whether they live in a low Hispanic enclave or a high Hispanic enclave neighborhood. So neighborhoods that have a lot of other Hispanics or don't have a lot of other Hispanics. And what they saw here in Black are men who are living in low enclave neighborhoods, so more gentrified neighborhoods. And you can see a solid line represents US-born, dotted lines foreign-born. They don't really differ one from the other. The survival is obviously better among men living in low enclave neighborhoods because there are higher SES neighborhoods, but doesn't matter if you're US-born or foreign-born. But among men who live in high enclave neighborhoods or low SES neighborhoods, the survival was better for men who were foreign-born Hispanics. So the question is this finding real or is it an artifact of the data? One concern that we all have is that we know that many of the men who are foreign-born may want to go back home to die. So we are not capturing here those men in our registry. So that is what we call the Salmon hypothesis or reverse migration. Some people have done simulations to look at that hypothesis. It doesn't seem to explain all of these findings. So it sounds like there might be other determinants. Some ideas are maybe in these foreign-born communities, there's more social support. Maybe the diet and the lifestyle is it's better and better for survival. Maybe there's a role for genetic ancestry or perhaps tumor characteristics. So these are some of the questions that we're trying to understand now. So in the last few minutes of my talk, I want to just give you a little snippet of some of the work we're doing in colorectal cancer. And you see there's a lot of common threads. So we also started by looking at the cancer registry, similar approach as I showed you before. We have similar distribution of patients with about half of them being, half of the Hispanics being foreign-born. Similar to what I showed you before, we observed that both US-born and foreign-born Hispanics have a greater proportion of younger diagnoses, in this case, meaning diagnosis of cancer before the age of 50. So you can see that US-born and foreign-born Hispanic have greater proportion of those diagnoses. Also, foreign-born Hispanics have greater proportion of low SES compared to US-born, to Blacks, and to whites. So when we focus on clinical characteristics, one interesting observation is that both US-born and foreign-born Hispanics have greatest proportion of rectal diagnosis. So here in gold is rectal and in burgundy colon localization. In Blacks it's the opposite. They have a much greater proportion of colon cancer than rectal cancer, but among Hispanics, rectal cancer, the proportion is much greater. And in fact, if we take age and sex into account, since there are some differences by age and sex, we see that foreign-born Hispanics are 20% more likely to be diagnosed with a rectal cancer localization than in the colon compared to whites. And Blacks are the opposite. They're less likely to be diagnosed with rectal cancer. So that is telling us something about the potential risk factors that might differ between these two groups. When we look at tumor characteristics, we see that among Black patients, there's a greatest proportion of having stage 4 diagnosis. So I'm showing for each racial ethnic group, the proportion for each of the 4 stages. And among foreign-born Hispanics, we see a lower proportion of stage 1 diagnosis. Now, when we consider tumor size at the time of diagnosis, we see that foreign-born Hispanics had the largest proportion of having a large tumor at the time of diagnosis, which is consistent with probably a later stage diagnosis. We then focus on treatment, similar to what I showed you in prostate, and we observed that among Black patients, there was a greater proportion of not having received any treatment. When we adjusted for age and sex and insurance and socioeconomic status, marital status, stage, and tumor localization, we see that Black patients are 25% less likely to receive treatment after they're diagnosed compared to white. Similar direction was observed for foreign-born Hispanics, but it was not statistically significant. And finally, we consider timing of treatment. So how much time there was between diagnosis and the first treatment documented in the registry. And we see that foreign-born Hispanics have the greatest proportion of receiving treatment more than 3 months after being diagnosed. And as you can see, for majority of groups, 1 to 3 months is the most common time to receive treatment. So again, we take into account other potential determinants that may explain this, and after adjusting for all of those, we see that foreign-born Hispanics are 60% more likely to receive treatment after 3 months of diagnosis compared to whites, where Blacks are 40% more likely and US-born Hispanics are 30% more likely. So they all experience disparities here, but foreign-born Hispanics seem to, sorry, my dog is barking. Foreign-born Hispanics seem to experience a greater burden. So finally, we'll also look at survival. And similar to what we find in prostate cancer, again, we see that foreign-born Hispanics have better chance of survival than whites, where Blacks have worse survival than whites. So again, we look at the literature to see if others have found the same thing, and indeed they have. A previous study with previous data from the cancer registry in California also documented that foreign-born Hispanics had lower chance of dying compared to US-born. And there was another study done with SEER data, so across the entire country, and they reported the opposite. They reported that Hispanics as a group have higher risk of dying compared to whites, about 10% higher. However, they did not adjust for SES or for nativity because this is not always available with the regular SEER data set. So I think this is a good example of how important it is to take into account this heterogeneity within the Hispanic population. Because if we had looked at Hispanics as a whole, we probably would have ended up with a similar result. But by looking at US-born and foreign-born separately, we're able to understand a disparity that otherwise would have been missed. So similar to before, we wonder, what is this advantage? Is it real? And if it's real, what are the drivers? When it comes to tumors, there's nothing we can say because there have been 0 tumors from Hispanics included in the TCGA effort. So before I wrap up, I want to share a new effort that we are launching, that we have launched in the past few months to address this. So as part of the cancer moonshot that President Biden launched when he was vice president, there was a priority identified, which was to put funding to create efforts for patient engagement in cancer genomic sequencing and to create a network to do this. So the main goal of this effort was to promote engagement of cancer patients in genomic and cancer research studies, particularly focusing on underrepresented minorities and rare cancers, and to increase the genomic characterization of these populations. So there was an RFA that was put in place to execute this priority, and we submitted together with our colleagues a proposal to address the lack of information about tumor characteristics among Hispanics in our community. So we got this proposal funded. We launched our center last year in September, Our leaders for the overall center are Dr. Carpton, who is an expert in translational genomics, and Dr. Lenz, who's a GI oncologist. And there's currently 6 other centers that are part of this network. And each center is focusing on a different population or different cancer. So our center is focused exclusively on Hispanics and exclusively on colorectal cancer. The center has 3 units. One is the patient engagement unit that I co-lead with Dr. Lenz. There's also a genome characterization unit and a patient engagement optimization unit that is led by our AD of community outreach and engagement. In addition, each unit has additional key members, and we are lucky to have 4 genetic counselors. We have a pathologist, we have 2 other translational genomicists, 2 biostatisticians, our own cancer center director is part of our center, and we also have an implementation scientist that will help us move forward with what we find so that we can implement it in our clinics. So the main goal is to recruit 100 patients per year for a total of 500 patients. Once patients are consented, we get blood, we get tissue, we do the genomic testing, we return the results to the patients, and then we follow up a year later to see how they're doing and to understand the impact of having participated in this study. Along the way, we collect a lot of data. We are focusing on different aspects from their genetic and genomic knowledge, their attitudes, behaviors, and beliefs, colorectal cancer risk factors, self-efficacy, patient satisfaction, etc. So there are many domains that we're focusing on. Some of them we focus several times so that we can see how we are improving on those domains as the study goes along. In parallel to this, as part of our engagement optimization unit, we are doing 3 studies to see how well are we executing these steps. How well is the education that we're giving the patient at the time of consent? How good are our consenting practices? How is the communication of results? So the idea is to do these studies so that we can learn how this is working among our patients and then improve upon our practices and materials so that by the end of the study, we can have a toolkit that includes our best practices and materials for this population. And then that toolkit can be applied perhaps to other cancers among Hispanics in our community. The genome characterization unit is obtaining germline clinical sequencing data and clinical tumor whole exome sequencing data. These are the data that are going to be given back to the patients. We are creating integrated molecular reports that include this data along with the clinical data of the patients, and we are discussing this through molecular tumor boards that we established for this purpose so that we can identify clinical trials or new drugs that could benefit these patients. In addition, we're also collecting other data just for research, such as somatic whole exome sequencing, whole transcriptome RNA-seq, methylation in circulating tumor DNA, and tumor DNA methylation. So I'm going to stop here, and I hope that with these examples of our work, you can get a sense and an idea of how at Norris we are addressing disparities among Hispanics with the major goals of including more Hispanics in clinical trials and cancer research, increasing the representation of Hispanics in general in population-based studies, training of Hispanic scientists, understanding the barriers that they face to access care, delivering community education, and importantly, developing culturally tailored tools that our community advocates can use and our staff in the clinics can use to engage with these patients. So I try to mention my collaborators along the way, but I want to make sure to give credit to everyone. This is really a cross-disciplinary effort. We all work together from across different programs, different departments. I also want to acknowledge all our funders and more importantly, all our patients that are so generous donating their time and their energy to make our work possible. And before I end, I just want to make everyone aware that on 2 days ago, Wednesday, the AACR released the second Cancer Disparities Progress Report. I had the honor of serving as a co-chair for this effort. This report was unveiled during a congressional briefing. It's available online. It includes a lot of important information. It's a great summary of where are we in addressing cancer disparities, and it includes a call to action that was delivered to Congress. So I encourage everyone to check it out and use it in your dissemination efforts. So I'll stop here. Please feel free to reach out to me if you have questions, if you want to collaborate, and please check out our Care2 Health Equity Center website. We have a ton of information about the work we're doing among disparity populations there. So thank you very much, and I'm happy if there's any time to take questions. Yeah, so I see a question in the chat, so I'm gonna go ahead and answer that from Dr. Elderi. Yes, in terms of the timeline, so the genomic data that we are generating for colorectal cancer right now, of course, we're just starting this center, so it will take a few years to have that. There is another effort that I'm part of. I didn't mention it here because of time, but there's another, a couple of R01s that I'm part of that are generating sequencing data for about 1,000 Hispanics that are pulling data from California and from Moffitt, majority of patients coming from Puerto Rico. Those data are being generated right now, so those should be available, sooner. I think there's been enough, loud voices that have talked about the lack of representation of Hispanics in genomic research. So I expect that in the next 5 years, we should see an increase. It's still never going to be comparable to what we have for whites, and it's never going to be, at least for another 5 to 10 years, comparable to what it should be based on the proportion of Hispanics in the population. But at least there are some strong efforts moving in that direction.
Okay, great. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Stern. Questions from the audience? Yes, Function.
Thank you for the great talk. I have a question. So you mentioned heterocyclic amines as a potential biomarker, right? And obviously you're looking at barbecued meat, not just any meat, right? So what kind of analysis are you going to be relying on? Is it blood analysis or hair analysis, or do you have any plan how you, I guess, assess heterocyclic amines?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So heterocyclic amines actually form the cooking method that accumulates the highest levels is pan frying. So when you barbecue meats, you actually accumulate more polycyclic aromatic amines. So the heterocyclic amines tend to accumulate more on pan-fried meats that tend to reach a very high internal temperature when they're cooked. In our study, the way we assess that is there is a validated database that has been done at NCI by Dr. Sinha. And what she did in this database is she actually cooked a whole bunch of meats with different cooking methods, of course, with appropriate replicates and so on and so forth. And she measured the amount of heterocyclic amines that accumulate through those cooking methods and meat types. And then she created this database. And then there's an accompanying questionnaire that one can use to survey people on how often they eat those meats and using those cooking practices, etc. And then we can run the answers of those questions against the database to estimate the proportion of heterocyclic amines that have been accumulated. The challenge with the blood measurements and the reason why they're not, they haven't been used that much is that once you eat meat that has heterocyclic amines, that compound will only stay in the body for maybe 72 hours. So when you measure with blood or with urine, you're only capturing what that person ate in the last 48 to 72 hours. So it doesn't really capture longer term of exposure. So by using these questionnaires, we feel that we can capture more the pattern of eating of a person as opposed to like a one-shot biomarker.
Yeah, there is a recent report that says that the hepacyclic amines in the hair is not subject to a metabolism, so that may be a good one to do.
Yeah.
The related question is, does that mean you kind of assume that Hispanic men consume more barbecued meats than regular population? Is that?
What we saw in our study, and I want to emphasize, our study, it is one of the few studies that had Hispanics represented, but it's still small. We only had like 300 Hispanic men in our study, right? So it's still very small. That's why I emphasize that number, right? 1,600 across all available studies. What we saw in our study is that there was a higher proportion when we compare white, Hispanic, and Black men. We saw that Hispanic men had a higher prevalence of consuming meats cooked at high temperature and higher prevalence of having higher consumption of heterocyclic amines. When we saw the association with meats cooked at high temperature, we saw that all three groups of men had a higher risk of prostate cancer when consuming diets high in meat cooked at high temperature. So it seems to be a risk factor that is not unique for Hispanic. Is the same observation was seen for Black, for white, and for Hispanic men. But we do see that among Hispanic men, there's a greater proportion of accumulation of heterocyclic amines and meats cooked at high temperature. But of course, our study was very small compared, to what the number of white men that we have. So we really need to do some validation studies in a larger population.
One final question. You may have mentioned this already. What's the definition of a foreign-born Hispanic and U.S.-born Hispanic? And is there any age differences?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I did not define that, so I'm glad you asked that. So, U.S.-born Hispanic. So when people get admitted in the hospital and they're asked, there's a category for whether they were born in another country or not, and so nationality is one way that we obtain that variable in the cancer registry. So we know who was born in what country, and based on that, we can allocate people into the two baskets, right? US born in the US, foreign born in another country. However, for about 20% of people, we don't know if they were US born or they were foreign born. We know they're Hispanic, but we don't know if they were born abroad or they were born in the US. So there's an algorithm that has been validated that was developed by the cancer registry that uses the social security number. So based on the social security number, and based on the age let me backtrack. The algorithm is based on social security number and the year in which the social security number was issued. This is data that we get available in the cancer registry. So if a person gets their social security number before they are 18 years old, we assume that that person is US born. This is an assumption, right? And if the person gets their social security number, I think the cutoff is not 18, it's 25. Is 25 years old, then we assume that that person is foreign born, because normally if you're US born, you will get your social security number before you're 25. And there's a couple of papers published on this. So this algorithm has been developed and tested. And that cutoff has been tested to see which is the most appropriate cutoff, right, to capture the majority. So this is how we deal with the missing data in the cancer registry to assess the nationality. But this is something that in the cancer disparity report, we prioritize as a call to action. We need to improve the data collection of minorities at the time they come through the door into hospitals, because if we don't collect those data at that time, then that sort of affects the down the road analysis that we can do with cancer registry data. So knowing where patients come from, where they were born, how long they have been in the US, all those are things that we should be collecting more thoroughly, along with more information. Also, we made the same push for sexual and gender minorities, because we don't have enough data for those as well.
Yeah, that'll be an important consideration if you want to consider diet after.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions?
So if you allow me, there's a question in the chat that says Hispanic population is also very heterogeneous. How do you approach that issue? That's a fantastic question. And yes, we try different things. So for the cancer pattern analysis that we do with the registry, we try to go more granular. We have data on country of origin, for example, that can be a good surrogate of genetic ancestry, cultural values, etc. But like I said, the data is missing for a substantial percent of individuals. So that prevents us from doing some analysis. For more molecular analysis that we do, like tumor characterization or genetic analysis, the best way to capture heterogeneity is by looking at genetic ancestry. As many of you may know, Hispanics, we are all descendants from 3 different ancestral groups. We descend from white populations, from Native American populations that were in the Americas before they were colonized by Spain, and also African, because there was a big African slave trade going into Central and South America. So these 3 populations are admixed in different proportions across Central and South America. So we can capture that with ancestral informative markers or using genome-wide association data. So that's one key way in which we can capture the heterogeneity at the genetic level, and also at the more social determinants level by asking people where you come from, and are you born in the US or are you born in another country?
Well, thank you so much for very stimulating talk and discussion.
Thank you all.
So let's see, how do I do this? I'm supposed to show the last slide. Here we go. So many, many, many thanks in lots of different directions. First of all, thank you to our audience for sticking around all day. You're wonderful. We've had good conversations and great science. I also want to thank our keynote speakers, our senators, and most importantly, the advanced CTR staff who just did a spectacular job supporting the logistics of this symposium. So thank you all very, very much. Now, we will have recordings available from the event soon on the symposium website. And please do fill out the evaluation survey that you will be receiving by email very soon. This is extremely important for us in planning future symposia. And in particular, if you have suggestions for themes for future symposia, we'd really love to hear what you would like to hear more about. So again, many, many thanks, and have a great weekend.